November 16th and 8:01 a.m. And I hereby call the Parks Committee of the Memphis City Council to order. Ms. Crichton, will you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Robinson. Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Ford. Councilman Jones.
Here.
Chair Logan.
Here. Great. We are going to move item number 1 down to the end of the committee meeting, and we'll begin with item number 2 on the agenda. It's a resolution appropriating the sum of $350,000 in other project costs funded by Geo Bonds General to continue the implementation of the Urban Art Plan, CIP project number EN 22301, chargeable to FY 2022 capital improvement budget. All council districts sponsored by the administration, and there is a request for same night's minutes. May I have a
second?
It's been moved by Councilwoman Robinson and seconded by Councilman Jones. Is there anyone from administration here? Okay. Director Belen, you have the floor.
Yes, good morning. Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering. So this last fiscal budget year, council approved an allocation of $350,000 to carry out the city's urban art plan. So what you're presented today is to appropriate those funds to carry on that and implement that plan.
All right, thank you, sir. Colleagues, any questions? All right, seeing no questions, we'll have a voice vote on moving item number 1 downstairs with the same night's minutes. Those in favor say aye. Pardon me? Item number 2. Item number 2. Yes, item number 2, I'm sorry. All in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? My opinion, Chair, the ayes have it. This item will be moved down to tonight's agenda, add-on agenda with same night minutes. Thank you, sir. Item number 3 is a resolution approving a red line transfer of $150,000 within the Division of Memphis Parks operating budget to reallocate funds from full-time salaries to miscellaneous professional services to offset personal transfer from the City of Memphis to Memphis Museum, Inc. All council districts sponsored by the administration. There is a request for same night minutes. Can I have a motion and second to hear this item?
Second.
It's been moved by Councilman Warren and seconded by Councilman Jones. We have Director Walker here to speak on this item. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you. This is a simple procedural budgetary thing. We are in the process slowly over time of... Yeah, I'm sorry. Nick Walker, Director of Parks and Neighborhoods, 2599 Avery. And you got me, I'm used to rattling it off, Director of Parks, as we are no longer Parks and Neighborhoods. So long story short, we have been in the process of trying to transition Memphis Museums, Inc., formerly known as the Pink Palace, over to more of a management model similar to what you see at the zoo or the Botanic Gardens, where there are not city employees there. We're paying them a management fee. It allows them a little more flexibility in payroll and staffing, and also cuts down on some of our responsibilities, including retirement benefits, et cetera. And this is another move toward that. It once again allows them the flexibility to pay a little better than some of our scale, and it allows us the flexibility of being able to have a stabilized budget. So that is what our request is.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Walker, how are you doing?
I'm good.
Was that part of the contract arrangement we had when we initially made that management agreement with the museum?
It was and wasn't. I will say that all of our management agreements have slowly been going towards this model. The zoo, in fact, we just attrited off the last 3 employees that were city employees that worked for them. And so to your point, though, I will say that we are actually currently in the process of redoing their management agreement. It is so old, not to belabor the point, that it doesn't have an end date, which is very weird in terms of our management agreements. But it is my understanding that the administration is currently working to standardize those management agreements across the board. It's why Tennis Memphis, for instance, will be up for RFP later this fall. And the same could be said, I believe, we just redid the management agreement with the Riverfront, once again, using old names, Memphis River Parks Partnership. And I believe that they're in discussions about the same thing with the zoo.
Okay, did any employees lose their position?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Once again, similar to the zoo, this was just through attrition. So as positions become vacant, they transition over from the city of Memphis to Memphis Museums, Inc.
Okay.
But no, that was a requirement, was that we're not laying anybody off, we're not severing anybody.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Walker.
Councilman Jones?
Thank you. Ms. Walker, you mentioned a number of employees. How many employees does this $150,000 encompass?
I'll bring up Kevin Thompson from the Pink Palace, because he's got the specifics.
Gotcha.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, Councilman. Kevin Thompson, One Bel Air, Executive Director of MOSH. Currently 8.
Okay.
We had a couple of retirements, and then through attrition, as Nick said.
I see this red line transfer. How often? I don't recall seeing that. Do we?
So truth be told, this was one of those ones where, because this budget season was fun, I think we would have done this during the normal budgetary process. Normally, we don't normally do red lines. We normally do black lines, but this is a special circumstance.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I have, Madam
All
Chair.
right, thank you, sir. Councilman Warren?
So I guess my question is, when people are rehired, okay, into these slots that were city employees, are they rehired at a lower rate with less benefits, or is it a better rate? I mean, so what's the story on that so people will know?
It's the other way around. I mean, traditionally, and this isn't to besmirch city employees, I am one, but traditionally, we like to have a standard rate across the board for how much folks get paid. We have great benefits and a wonderful number of holidays and health insurance and all that fun stuff, which they do as well. But their market is so much more variable that they need that flexibility. So, but I will say, to answer your question, on the whole, they're paying better than if those had been city positions.
So these are very technical positions that you're bringing in order to compete with other museums. You have to be able to have a pay scale that doesn't really fit a city budget. And am I understanding that correctly?
That's correct. And actually, we are doing a full review of all our positions to see if it's in line with other museums in the region. And so hope to complete all of that by end of this calendar year. But these are, what we're finding is, to bring people on board, we are having to pay higher rates than where they were formerly, whether it's city or former MMI employees as well, that were a little below market.
Where does that leave the city with oversight of this, other than just signing a management agreement?
So again, similar to the other ones, we are members of the board of Memphis Museums, Inc., ex officio, but Kevin regularly attends my staff meetings. He goes through the normal budget process, as do all the partners. I would say that it's probably, if I was ranking the 5 of them, it's the one that we probably have the most oversight and control over, and this doesn't change that.
And how can you explain that statement?
Sure. So again, and like I said, I don't want to go too far into the weeds, but essentially all of the management agreements that we oversee, there is a regular relationship and conversation. There are annual reports. There are goals and performance things that we ask from them. But unlike a lot of them, Kevin is integrated into our office. It's because previously the director was a deputy director of parks, and so there's more of a formal relationship, I guess is probably the best way of putting that.
And he would no longer be a deputy director?
He has not been. He has not been. Once Kevin was the first hired who was not a deputy. He is an MMI employee.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Any other questions, colleagues? Seeing no more questions, we'll take a voice vote on moving this item downstairs with same night minutes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? In the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it, this will be an add-on to tonight's agenda, with same night minutes. Now we're going to move to item number 1, which is a presentation on Southern Heritage Classic, council districts, requested by Councilwoman Robinson. Good morning, Mr. Jones.
Hi, good morning.
If you would please state your name and address for the record, and then the floor is yours.
Fred Jones, president of Summit Management Corporation.
You press the button.
Am I hitting the right button?
Is there a green light on?
Green is on.
Okay.
It's two to each one. Okay, I'm Fred Jones Jr., president of Summit Management Corporation that produces the Southern Heritage Classic. I want to thank you this morning for allowing me to talk about the Southern Heritage Classic. And my address, home or office? Both. I live in French Fort, which is 1030 Dumaine Place, and my office is in Whitehaven at 4466 Elvis Presley Boulevard, Suite 248. I will make my presentation rather brief because I'd like to have any questions that anyone may have. I made 10 points that I think will kind of cover, give you an overview of what the classic is all about. These 10 points start with the classic itself. The Southern Heritage Classic is a Southern tradition that was introduced in 1990. It was created by a native Memphian and has been produced primarily by local since its inception in 1990. Point number 2, the future. The Classic has signed contracts through 2024 with the city of Memphis as well as 2 participating schools, Jackson State University and Tennessee State University, ensuring stability for the next 3 years. Bullet point 3. The Classic has attracted over 1.3 million fans with a high of 61,171 in 1997, which today still ranks in the top 10 attended events at the Liberty Bowl Memorial Stadium history. Number 4, the status. The Classic has averaged over its history 45,171 fans per game, making it one of the top events in Greater Memphis each year, and also one of the top HBCU classics in the country. I want to mention something that I think is very interesting about this. The average person that comes to the Classic comes at a minimum of 9 times. So we get a lot of people that come on a repeating basis. In 2021, our 46,000 attendance ranks number 2 behind Jackson State's homecoming, which was really over the top of 53,000 fans. Bullet point number 5, the media. The Classic commands positive media attention from local and national outlets. The 2021 game was broadcast over 2 ESPN channels, helping to further thrust Memphis and the SEC into the national spotlight. We found out in 2020, when we had to cancel the Classic, how much people really were focusing on the Classic. There were over 75 different outlets nationwide, including someone in Idaho which I didn't quite understand why they wanted to cover us in Memphis, but we also got coverage from the New York Times. And this year, obviously, with the two new coaches, Eddie George and Deion Sanders, the media coverage for Memphis and the Southern Heritage Classic was really spectacular. The economic impact, number 6. According to a 2019 study conducted by the University of Memphis, the Classic provides an economic benefit of $29.2 million to the greater Memphis economy. Let me talk a little bit, elaborate on a couple of those things. The average attendance, overall attendance for the Classic is 75,000 people, which includes tailgate. We're bringing the parade back online this year, so next year rather, and I think that the 75,000 will be enhanced. Of the people that attend, 35,000 of those people come from out of town. So that's driving, in the economic benefit part, you have a lot, obviously, of people that are driving from out of town, but they also found that the people that live in Memphis spend a lot of money as well. And I like to describe the Classic as a trickle-down economic benefit, where the everyday person has an opportunity to participate financially in what, if you have a business, the time to be, whether or not you're selling food or drinks or whatever what you're doing, the Classic is a good place for that. And a lot of people have their biggest payday that weekend of the Southern Heritage Classic. Item bullet point number 7, more than a game. The Southern Heritage Classic is more than just a football game. It's a rich cultural celebration featuring a myriad of events presented over several days, including a spectacular parade in Orange Mound, a very robust tailgate at Tiger Lane, concerts with world-renowned artists at the Orpheum Theater, a fashion show, a golf tournament, a college and career fair, and much, much more. Bullet point number 8, the community. The Classic provides a platform for community organizations such as the City of Memphis Office of Youth Services, the National Coalition of 100 Black Women Memphis Chapter, the Orange Mound Parade Committee, and the Memphis District Layman to provide vital information and to raise money for scholarships and mentoring programs. In other words, the Classic reaches out to the community. Number 9, the culture. The Classic provides a unique opportunity for Memphis to showcase our people, our character, our soul, our heritage, our food, and our city to a national audience that may be in search of a vibrant community to explore and reside in. Number 10, the bottom line. The Southern Heritage Classic is the pride and joy of Memphis. I repeat, the Southern Heritage Classic is the pride and joy of Memphis. For the past 32 years, it has brought over 1 million people together in a safe environment that's fun for the entire family that the city of Memphis can be proud of. I'm often asked why I started the Classic and what was I trying to prove. Because there were so many people that said that it was not possible for the Classic to be successful in Memphis. So we were able to prove that it could be successful and that it could be successful in a big time way in Memphis. And I think that we have proven that over the years. And finally, there's a thank yous to go around, including the city of Memphis, the city council, for allowing me to have this opportunity today to talk about it. And one of my sponsors here, Ron Kent, who's been a big part of of supporting the Classic through some really tough times. And I can't say enough for the fans. We were still on the clock this year about whether or not we should do this game because of the pandemic. And we asked people to, as part of the campaign, to take a shot. If you come into the game, wear a mask when you're not eating or drinking. There was not a super spreader event for the Southern Heritage Classic this year. So I can't say enough for the people. They respected that. They wanted it to happen. And that's why we were able to have the success that we've had this year. Again, thank you for your opportunity to this morning. And if there are any questions, I'll be glad to
Thank you,
answer
Mr.
whatever
Jones.
questions.
We appreciate your presentation and having you here. I'm going to open the floor. Colleagues, do you have any questions? Any comment, Dr. Warren, and then, Councilman Warren and then Councilwoman Johnson.
I just want to say I campaigned at the event in 2019 with I took a 10-passenger golf cart in and just drove people around through that tailgate. It was amazing and fun, and everyone had a great time, from kids to teenagers to older folks, and it's a great event, Mr. Smith. Thank you so much for doing this.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Councilwoman Johnson?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Jones, for the presentation. I thank you and commend you for surviving for 32 years. I can only imagine putting on such a feat as the Classic. You had some challenges over the years. You know, when I put on birthday parties, I know what challenges I have. So to actually put on a Classic has to be an awesome task. So I commend you and your staff and all your supporters, and again, the fans. But I do have two questions. I'm looking forward to the class lasting, but how are we going to maintain it? And what kind of ticket prices? You know, it has always been for the common person. I don't hate to see the tickets started skyrocketing and nobody can afford to come to the Classic. So, you know, what efforts are being made or what can be done so that it remains a common person activity? Because, you know, I was going to the Classic, you know, many years ago, and I definitely didn't have the funds per se. And I don't want to see those tickets increase.
Well, that's part of, I guess I call it the process of getting people involved, like the council, like the administration, like sponsors, to support what you're doing so that you can keep things at a level. Everything is escalating, you know, like everything else in society right now. It's the cost of doing business is tremendous. I mean, just to have insurance, and God knows you need it, it was, you know, like $35,000 for that. I remember when I first started, it was like $5,000. So in order for us to keep the events, to keep the level of events, the quality of the events, and keep the prices where we need them, we need to be able to get support from the community, and that's what we'll be able to do. We haven't changed ticket prices in 5 years. But, you know, there was a lot of reasons, because we've had cancellations, we've had kind of turbulence that we've had to deal with. And, but as much as support that you can get, like with Ron Kent and his group, or other people, it allows you to stabilize that and keep it at a level where you can involve more people. The Classic, as I said in the presentation, is an everyday man and woman event. And so in order for us to keep that, we need to support as many people as we possibly can.
Okay. I have one other quick question, Chair, if you allow me to. How was the parking situation this year? I mean, I know all that new construction is taking place out there. I didn't get in the middle of it. I mean, I couldn't. But, you know, and what do you anticipate the future? Maybe Nick is there, they can help, everybody can help. But I can only imagine parking. I got complaints from Parkway Street saying that cars all up and down Parkway. It's
Tear down the Coliseum, build you a garage.
Well, I go to a meeting with the Coliseum people, and they don't want to tear it down, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's history, right.
man.
But my question is, and if you build a garage, how many parking spaces are we looking at? You know, was that an issue? Maybe it wasn't an issue. You know, and I have to say this. Let me say this too. I cannot think of anything people have actually said negative about the Classic over the years. I know that it has been a challenge, but under your direction, Mr. Jones, I guess I have to attribute it to you that regardless of what the issues were, it was handled in a professional way that we only received positive remarks. So I thank you for that as well. So I'm just trying to prevent anything happening in the future with this question, Mr. Walker.
Okay, I will do something dangerous, which is I will just ask, first of all, Mr. Jones to give his thoughts on it, and then I'll talk about what we did to get there. So, Lord willing, this goes well.
You know, it's going to be a challenge with parking and traffic at that location. The bigger the head count, the more difficulties you're going to have, okay? And so over time, you know, with Nick and his staff and the administration, everybody's going to have to put their heads together to figure it out, because as these other things come online, the challenge is going to be worse, okay? I'm just looking at the situation right now where we did 46,000 people for the Classic this year. Jackson State that's won the Eastern Conference of their SWAC conference. Tennessee State has greatly improved. Guess what that's going to translate into as soon as next year? More people. So the parking and the traffic is something that Nick and the staff and everybody going to have to deal with, because it's just only going to get, I'm just speaking for us, it's only going to be more and more of a challenge. And I think that what happened this year is people paid attention. They started a little bit early, because you cannot go to a 6 o'clock game leaving home at 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It's just not going to work.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, but it's only going to get. It's only going. We're going to have to change this system, because the more people you have, the more head count you have, the more challenges we're going to have as all of these other things come into the fairgrounds. Well, Liberty Park.
Liberty Park. There you go. There you go. Okay, so I agree on all fronts. There's a couple of things, just a little bit of context to put into it. Chief McGowan is a big proponent of pointing out that Heinz Stadium in Pittsburgh, which hosts significantly more events and at a much higher capacity than the currently named Liberty Bowl Memorial Stadium, has about 2,500 fixed parking spots.
How many?
About 2,500, which is significantly less than what we have when you add in all of our spots around the stadium. Mm-hmm. And they managed to make it work. And the way that you make it work is a combination of things. And that this year we took a real hard look, started early in the summer and had a lot of conversations. Not all of them were pleasant and fun, but about how do we address it. We chose to tackle it in two distinct ways, and I think it's going to serve us long term. There are other ideas being kicked around. Councilman Carlisle alluded to one of the ideas. But for now, what we have done is we purchased the Coke property on the backside, which allows us, by the time it's all said and done, somewhere between 500 and 1,000 additional spots. Mm-hmm. We converted Toby from traditionally free parking to organized striped parking, which added somewhere, and again, it took it from a situation where it was first come, first serve, and who knows how many cars we got in there, to 250 to 350 fixed spots with people watching those cars. The other thing that we did, and this is the huge thing, which I think will have long-term impacts, is we worked with charter services and the University of Memphis to subsidize shuttle service from the University of Memphis's campus just down Park in order to make, or down Central, to make this work. And I think it wasn't utilized to the extent that we thought it was, but I think it was the beginning of something, of teaching folks. For a long time, I went to games at Razorback Stadium in Northwest Arkansas, and you parked a long way away and you took a shuttle in. And then once you got there, that's where the party was. And that is exactly what Mr. Jones brings every year with the Southern Heritage Classic. And so we've got to battle it on multiple fronts. We've got to have short-term fixes, and then we need to have cultural changes and ways that we do things operationally better. And if we are all working toward that common end, I think that we will actually see a better experience once we've activated this space. So,
All right, thank you, sir. Colleagues, it's about 8:30. We have two more in the queue, Councilman Jones and then Councilman Warren.
Thank you, and good morning, Mr. Jones.
Yeah, good morning. How are you?
I attended a wedding and out of town this year for the Southern Heritage Classic, but it's something that I look forward to.
Second Saturday in September. So.
Well, something you were right. Well, my friend, she had a wedding proposed in May of the previous year. COVID pushed it until this year and all of that good stuff. But that's the only reason why I didn't attend this year. But I was really looking forward to seeing Coach George and Coach Sanders on the field. But I've attended in previous years. It's an event that I look forward to every year. We don't have to worry about so much it being cold like we do for the Liberty Bowl. But colleagues, if you recall, one of the things that I wanted to do when we talked about the CARES Act was to help those events that bring people to Memphis. And this is one of those events. I've attended the Circle City Classic in Indianapolis. I hadn't gone to the Bayou Classic, but you talk about that event. You talk about the Magic City Classic, which is Alabama State and Alabama A&M. Classics similar to the Southern Heritage Classic. So you're being familiar with those. Will you talk about how those cities, those respective cities where those events take place, talk about the city's involvement in those different classics, which bring people to those respective cities?
I'll start with Indianapolis. And what they did, I was going to producing, for people that don't know, I've been in the entertainment business for close to 50 years. So I produced events all across the country. You name it, I've been there, except North and South Dakota or whatever. But what they did in Indianapolis was that they created, we would go there, let me just say, frame it here. We would go there and produce an event for the Indiana Black Expo, okay? And it was a kind of a situation where you had to talk to several different people, an organization within the city. If you needed, whatever you needed, you had to talk to different people. So what they did was that they created an entity where you end up talking to one source, whether you're talking about funding, whether you're talking about support items, all of those things. They made a unit within the city to handle that, okay? Closer to home in Birmingham, Birmingham has the Magic City Classic as part of their budgeting process. So if you go to Birmingham and look at their budget, they are allocating funds for the events because just like in Memphis, these events generate a lot of income and for the community. So that's what they've done there. If you go to New Orleans, it's a little bit trickier there because the Superdome is owned by an agency of the state, and so they have no rent and no taxes that they had to pay. And I found out recently that is on sporting events as well. So different, I think what I kind of leave this with is that in order for these events to work, you need support. And the biggest benefactor to all of this is the city of Memphis. These cities are, and they're realizing that. And they're making all the effort to support it. So if you just, I would just challenge everybody here to, people in these communities, just ask them what they're doing, and you probably will be pleasantly surprised of the support that's given from the cities.
I know we don't have lot of time left, but are they still doing the John Merritt Classic in Nashville?
Yes.
Okay. Is it always just Tennessee State?
Tennessee State against somebody.
Okay, gotcha.
It's their event, and but they still trying to figure that out.
Right, because it's essentially a home game for them. They just put a classic name on it. Okay. Right. And then, I know that I'm looking at page 17. You provided this Spirit magazine here. And I'm looking at page 17. It says the Fred Jones with classic staff. And I know an event like this does not involve just you. So I know that as soon as the game ended in 2019, what did you start doing?
Well, it's any year.
Planning for 20, right?
Yeah, you start immediately working for because in order for these events like this to work, you need a lot of support in order for it to happen throughout the community. And that's why I try to illustrate here this morning. We have community support in order for it to work. It does not work I just happen to be the focal point. And I'm kind of glad in one respect, and not to drag this out, I'm from Memphis. I want this to work more so than just Fred Jones Summit Management putting on the event. So you going up and down with this, good or bad, and when it's good, you smile, and when it's not so good, I had to tell you, I shed some tears on some time when things are going, because you're emotionally into this. But the good thing about it, you have someone here that's managing this, but you need support. I can't say that enough. You need support in order to work.
Well,
All right. Councilman?
no. So my point was, you, after 19 ended, you started planning for 20.
Right.
20 didn't happen, but you still had to pay these folks here.
Well, let me get right. Let me get deeper than that. Okay, go back to 18. Okay, it started raining at 5:45. It rained before then. The lightning started at 5:45. It did not stop lightning until 10:30. And after then, the rain on the west side, you could see the water out there. The water was this high. And the temperature dropped 20 degrees that night. So it was a total disaster. But everything from a financial standpoint, from television crews to officiating crews to the expenses for the school, all of those things had to be taken care of. Okay, and it was absolutely tremendous burden on the Classic. And then 2020 goes away, and you got the pandemic to deal with. Okay, it's been a tremendous struggle. So if it wasn't for people giving us the support, and like I said before, you cannot do this. You cannot unless people support you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have quick comment by Councilman Warren, and then a wrap up with Councilwoman Patrice.
Mr. Jones, Mr. Walker,
Going over.
If you go to Indianapolis and you go to the Indianapolis 500, one thing everybody who lives around there knows, there's going to be parking problems in the neighborhood. And what they've done is they recruit people who live in the neighborhood to help provide parking. And I was wondering, have we done that? Because we're going to need that additional parking, and that's extra revenue for some of the families that live close by.
I don't know that we do it at the household level, but certainly Ben Swinger Glass across the street. You go down to Shelby County Schools has at the Board of Education, my part-time home, have done that for decades. We've reached out to other partners as well this year as a part of that, Christian Brothers and the Kroc Center and Maxine Smith. We reached out, and we will continue to do so. But I
just think that's one of the things that you see. I mean, when I went this year, I had to park off site to be able to get to it. It was worth it. So thanks.
All right, Thank you. Councilwoman Robinson,
I want to thank.
close us out.
Okay, I just want to thank Grant Jones and, for the Southern Heritage Classic. Their office is located in, First Plaza Building on Elder Texas Boulevard in Montana. A great, community partner, and I also want to share about parking in that area, since you mentioned that, Councilman Warren. When I went to Memphis Stadium and first got married, I lived on Midland, very close to the stadium, and, we made quite a bit on the back of our duplex. And the people in that community are used to doing that all over. And when people go to the Classic or the fairgrounds or whatever we had there, they knew that they had to walk a long way, and that's a part of it. And I want to say that usually I get complaints about everything all over the city, but this is one event that I've never gotten a complaint. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilwoman Robinson, and thank all of you for your questions. We really appreciate you being here, Mr. Jones. Thank you for your presentation and for all the work that you do in our city. We're very appreciative.
Thank you.
Colleagues, if there are no other business before this committee, the Parks
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Present. Councilwoman Logan. Present. Chair Ford.
Present. Okay, we got one item, resolution to transfer $299,467 allocated and appropriate funding for 4 completed information technology projects to IT 01004, implementation modernization. All council districts sponsored by the administration. I think we got Chief Ford.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Chief.
Good morning, Council Member Shirley Ford, Chief Financial Officer, City of Memphis. Also here with me is Deputy Director Wendy Harris. As we have talked about on several occasions, and we're going to launch into a little bit more in the budget committee meeting, is when possible, we always go back and try to look at projects that have been completed that may have available funds.
Sorry. We excuse them.
That we can use to accommodate and to complement projects that are experiencing either cost overruns or increases due to other factors. And these are 4 projects in IT that have been completed. We are ready to close those projects. They had some available funding on it, and our request here to you today is to allow us to transfer, appropriate, and allocate those monies to a new project where we are experiencing some cost increase.
Okay. Okay, I got who first? Carlisle, Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Chairman Ford. First off,
Warren and Jones.
let me apologize for my outburst coming into the committee room.
Okay.
Secondly, this is a general question for today's agenda. There are a significant amount of same-night minutes requests. It's almost around $4.5 million worth of same-night minutes requests. And I'm not saying that they're not justified, but, and me personally, I don't want to stop a business from operating efficiently, but at some point, this, like doing business this way from our side of the aisle where we're responsible when people come back and say, why are you passing things so quickly? You know, what is the difference between now and 2 weeks? And I know that there are times where 2 weeks is just too long because there's something imminently happening. But I am just very concerned about the significant amount of money that's coming in today and moving around. And there's, you know, we'll get the document on a Thursday, it's now Tuesday, and it's over Tuesday night. And that's, again, I want to run an efficient business like the next person, but I just want to throw that out there for everybody today, just to kind of keep in mind. And if whoever is coming before this body can justify the need for same-night minutes, other than we need it right now, you know, that would be my request. And Chief Ford, I apologize. I should have done my homework and sent you an email earlier in the week. So I'll take that for my part. But I just wanted to put that out there on the record. $4.5 million today of same-night minutes. So thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Any other council members? Okay, we got a motion and a second. Everybody in favor? Say aye. Aye. Okay, anybody against? Ayes have it. And this is a request for same-night minutes. And Chief Ford, explain to him the reason why you want same-night minutes. That was a question that you asked. Everybody needs to explain. So please.
At this point, we'll defer to Deputy Harris to explain why this is a sensitive issue.
This money is for the time and attendance project, the Chronos project that's going on right now. We're looking at a go-live date of April 2022, and the initial budgeting didn't include certain costs for cabling, specifically for installing the time clocks. There are some printers that needed to be bought. There's a list of about 10 additional things that we need to make sure happens in order for this project to be successful. And so this money would help us tremendously in making sure that happens by April 1.
By April 1.
So this is a project that is already in progress, and we are way into the project. We just don't want to have to stop and delay any further just to ensure that we have the funds. So we appreciate the accommodation from council. Thank you.
I guess we're meeting in 3 weeks to ratify the minutes of this meeting. Are you saying that if you don't have these funds over the next 3 weeks, it's going to delay your project?
It could, sir.
Okay. When were you aware of the change in scope?
Probably a month and a half ago.
Okay, so there is the issue.
Well, it takes some time to get costs together before we can come to you to determine how much more that's actually needed.
I mean, 6 weeks, okay. Look, I'm not trying to beat up IT here. It's just, again, I think there's other members here, and I'll just say this one more time.
Okay, but I got something to say when you finish, because I'm going to clear that up a little bit, okay?
Well, Chairman, I'll yield the floor to you.
Okay, thank you very much. How long will it take you all to get this money to do this? Okay? I know it ain't going to be tomorrow. Yes, sir. A lot of people think, hey, this money is, hey, we approve something, it's going to come out today, and you got some people that want us to do it today, which it ain't going to happen. When they rush you like that, something wrong with the project, okay? How long would it take?
Thank you, sir. It's a good question. And it actually depends on the contracting that goes along with this. And as you know, sometimes the contracting can take some time before we are able to move those funds. We just want to be prepared and ready to move when the contracts hit the table so that we don't have to then come back have 2 weeks, and then another 2 weeks for the minutes to be ratified.
Which is gonna hold everything up.
Which adds a month. Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Reason why I'm asking that, this particular project is not like some of the others that we end up saying same night minutes. We have a lot of people come ask us for money, okay? Their project may not even happen, but they want us to give them the money right then, and then they think they're gonna get it the next day. I don't think this project fall in that particular line with them. But hey, I'm right along with you because, hey, I've never seen so many red lines since same night minutes. Council before, hey, we didn't near about have, very seldom there was the same night minute. But sometimes you really have to, because like I said, certain projects, yes, because like I said, that money's not gonna come the next day. Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Chair. I too think there's a major concern with same night minutes occurring so frequently as it does and being presented to this board. It's really unfair for the citizens to see it one day and then we make a decision on a Tuesday. Nobody has the opportunity to voice an opposition or realize what took place. But I do think it's unfair if we implement that action today. Because no one knew about it. But I sure would like for this board to adopt a policy to not to go with same night minutes unless it's a true emergency. So I'm all for the future, but we may have to live today because we didn't speak our feelings. So I'm supportive of this particular same night minutes for today. But in the future, please keep in mind, same night minutes needs to only be for an emergency. We need for the general public to have a fair opportunity to see what we voted on, give them 2 weeks to review it, and if they have issues, bring it back to our attention. We move too fast and too quickly on some issues. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity.
Appreciate it. Any other councilman? Councilman Jones?
Thank you. Good morning. The question that I have is, as far as the vendors that are doing this work, is this work already in progress, or is this have the companies been identified to do this work? At what step are we?
For the project, yes, it started early this year. The contract was executed last year. And so, yes, sir, all of this is in play.
So the actual work is in?
The work is not in play, but
Okay.
the planning, the cabling is a big part of it. We have divisions that require time clocks. The cabling was not included in the original cost, so that means we have to do site visits. That normally takes about a month, could take a month, depending on how many sites we have to do. So there's still some of it that needs to be awarded to finish the work.
Okay, so the cabling itself has not been awarded yet?
It has not started, no,
Okay.
sir.
Okay, great, thank you.
Any other council member? Go right here, Ms.
Thank you, Councilman Ford, and thank you, council, for this. And I assure you that as you have a couple of same night minutes, some of those are not all administration requests today. So I know we have a couple of those that are outside of administration requests. I will say in Public Works at your 1 o'clock, there are 5 resolutions from General Services, all related to a very similar projects that Director Adams will be here to justify why he's asking for same night minutes. But we will take it that any request, because sometimes we don't see these as same night minutes, they get called into the budget office, but we will again communicate with our divisions that no resolution should be requested for same night minutes without a justification presented to you. Thank you, council.
Councilwoman Logan?
Thank you, Chair. On the cabling, and you have not contracted for that yet, and we are looking to make certain that we are reaching our MWBE goals.
So yes, ma'am, we have a vendor pool, and all of them are MWBEs.
Okay.
There are 4 total. And so what we do now is we have a repository where we keep up with all of the different vendors and the work that they do, and we manage it based on the size of the projects that they have.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Okay. All right, no other council members? All right, everybody in favor? Aye. Okay, everybody against? Ayes have it, okay. That's the only item that we have.
Good morning, everybody. The Budget Committee is called to order. Today's date is Tuesday, November 16th, 2021. Ms. Hayes, will you please call roll?
Councilwoman Johnson. Present. Councilman Canale. Here. Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilwoman Robinson. Present. Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Present.
And Chair Morgan.
Here. All right, we have 3 items on today's agenda, but the Accelerate Memphis update will be held for 3 weeks. And I see Councilman Ford is not in here right now, so we'll go ahead and go to agenda item number 2, which is a Q1 General Fund operating update, as well as a capital improvement projects update. This was requested by the administration. And I think let's go through both, and then we'll save questions for the end, if that's all right. Chief Ford, the floor is yours for presentation.
Good morning, council members. Shirley Ford, Chief Financial Officer. If you're ready, we can start with the general fund performing. It's me? Oh, well, all right then. Shirley, if you're ready, we will start with the presentation. Again, thank you, Council. This is the fiscal year 2022 Q1 year-to-date general fund operating performance. Thank you for the opportunity to be here with you this morning. Thank you, Chairman Morgan. We have these several reports, so we'll get started with this one and then move in to the CIP report. Just a reminder that this quarterly performance review is provided to discuss trends of revenues and expenditures compared to budget and to identify any budget adjustments that have been or may be necessary for continued effective and efficient city operations. This slide just illustrates the FY22 Q1 summary overview. The current recorded revenue is $366,278,912, which is 51% of the current annual funding budget. The current recorded expenditures at Q1 are $183,011,742, which represents 25% of the current annual funding budget. So this slide includes the same summary we just talked about, along with the reconciliation from the adopted budget to the Q1 funding budget for both revenues and expenditures. These are items that are presented to you via resolution for budget adjustments to accommodate acceptance of revenue and or incurrence of expenditures beyond the adopted budget. And you can see those items listed here and the reconciliation to both the Q1 funding budget for revenues and expenditures. This slide is a summary depiction of the revenues by revenue category. And as the summary indicates, the total revenues are at 51% of the funding budget. However, as always, there are a few specific transaction trends to consider. The local taxes category at 66% of budget includes the ad valorem tax collections, which are not only the city's largest source of revenues, but also collection trend somewhere between 95 and 97% of the budget during Q1 based on the August 31st due date of the taxes. Also included in the local tax category is the local sales tax revenue. Q1 revenue is $37.6 million, which is trending at 29% of the funding budget of that line, and collections have averaged $12.5 million to date, per month to date. And this is compared to FY21 collections of the same period of approximately $30.1 million. So that's 37.6 for this line item to last year's same time period of 30.1. The state tax category at 29% of funding budget includes the state sales tax revenue. That's the state piece of it. Revenues Q1 are $18.7 million, with collection averaging 6.2 monthly. And for comparison of the prior year, was $15 million for the same period year over year. Skipping down to charges for services, it's trending slightly above budget at 38% for Q1 performance. There are two lines that are kind of pushing that a little bit. The ambulance services are trending a little higher than expected. They are currently at 32% of budget, and concessions are also trending at 67% of budget. I know we're all very happy to see a kind of a robust return for that category, especially compared to last year. There have also been some small increases in the cart fees and the pro shopping green fees in the parks division. For our state grants, you can see comparison to budget is zero. That is because the City of Memphis did not receive its state funding grant in Q1. So this category represents a 0% performance at the end of Q1. However, the funding was received in October, so you will see that at 100% completion in Q2. Transfers in are trending close to budget. They are currently at 20%. Several of the line items are very heavily weighted in Q1. The internal transfers from sewer, stormwater, and metro alarm, while the in lieu of taxes from MLGW, which represents 68% of this budget category, are received in December and April. But overall, the revenues are at 51% of budget at Q1, and due to the timing of certain revenue categories, this trend is consistent with the prior year. And this is just a chart depiction of the actual revenues as of Q1 to the funding budget. This slide for Councilman Carlisle represents the year-over-year revenue comparisons of those same categories that we just covered. And as you can see, there are just a little bit of differences. We are slightly down from last year, about 3% in revenue. And this is a chart depiction of the information provided in the previous slide. It gives you a little more visual of the comparisons. And most notably, I want to point out are the federal and state grants categories. If you see the numbers on those charts, the FY21 number for federal grants is significantly higher, and that's just to remind you that at this point in Q1 last year, we had recognized approximately $25 million in CARES Act revenue, and also in FY21 for the states, we had received $10 million in revenues. So this slide, we move on to the expenditures. This summarizes the Q1 performance related to expenditures to actual budget. As you can see, the expenditures are at 25% of our current funding budget. Personnel services is trending at 20%, which is slightly below budget. The materials and supplies is trending on budget at 24%. The grants and subsidies are trending high at 61%, but that is consistent with the weighted Q1 distributions in that category. The transfers out are at 100%, which is in alignment with the weighted Q1 distributions. The majority of that is the Library Retirement Fund ADC allocation, which was approximately $1.5 million. Overall, expenditures are trending at 25% of budget. This slide is the FY22 Q1 expenditures by division and as a percentage of the funding budget. Again, you can see in the high categories, the grants and agencies is anticipated to have a highly weighted Q1 distribution, so that is not unusual. Most divisions are trending slightly below, at, or slightly above for Q1, and as a result, the total general fund expenditures are at 25% of budget. This is the Q1 year-over-year expenditure comparisons by division, so you can see the differences there. Some of them notably that I will point out for you, specifically finance, which shows a 51% variance there, is just a reminder that in FY21, finance established a separate service center to track the COVID-19 hazard pay and COVID-19 OJI claims, and that was approximately $6.2 million, which is huge for finance budget. In information technology, you can see some uptick in this year. The FY22 includes some increased cost to computer software and then timing of certain of their miscellaneous professional services expenditures. Also of note is Public Works. I'll just remind you, last year, I know you don't keep these reports probably year to year, but I do. So that last year, Public Works had over-recognized their personnel and M&S recapture expense recovery. And so those line items were corrected in Q2 of FY21 and brought that division back into budget alignment. But for record's sake, it is what it is, and it looks very weird, but that is what it is. And then just also a reminder, any unallocated expenditures are temporary hold for expenditures that have not been classed to a division as of that moment. The next slide here on page 11, this is the overtime expenditures as of the end of Q1 by division. I have them listed alphabetically. If you would like for me to reverse those for you by percentage-wise, I can do that for our next report. But just so that you can see where we are, police obviously is at 27%, which is just slightly above their 25% budget. Fire is over budget right now, but we are looking at some mitigation factors for that service center. The others are pretty much either on budget or they're such a small percentage of the funding budget, even though their percentage numbers may be high, it doesn't materially impact the funding budget overall. On slide 12, this is the year-over-year analysis of overtime expenditures as of the end of Q1, so you can see the differences between those. And obviously, you know, the items that we just talked about, you can see either the up or down trends for those. Slide 13, this is the claim on cash as of the end of Q1. And just kind of a reminder, we have one huge cash fund that services all of these. This is a daily balancing fund, and any negative amounts that you might see here at Q1 are just due to timing and are not an indicator of any cash flow issues. It's just a matter of timing moving between the funds. And that concludes the report for the FY22 Q1 general fund operating expenses. And we're not requesting any budget adjustments at this time for your consideration. And unless you have any questions, or Councilman Morgan, if you want to go into CIP and then move in.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and keep them separate. If council members can stay on the general fund budget before we go to CIP, because I've got a lot of questions that came up as well. We'll go to Councilman Carlisle first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Chief Ford, thank you very much for the year over year. Just like you said, you live this every day, so it's just nice to kind of have a refresher, kind of like where we are, and I know. So anyway, thank you. On page 6, state tax. So first off, just want to, I think I heard Councilman Warren whisper earlier to Councilman Robin, like we're doing much better than we are, which is great. Like our revenue trends year over year are pretty awesome. What is driving the $2 million deficit year over year from state taxes? So Q1 year to date, FY21, we were at 21.5 million. This year we're at 19.7 million. I didn't know if that was specifically being driven by hall tax. Yeah.
Well, two things from last year. Recognition of the hall tax, and then we had state federal funds that were received in Q1 as well.
That, but wouldn't come in the state tax line. Just the hall tax would come in that line.
The hall tax would come in that line.
Yeah, so really...
I'm sorry, yes, the state grants would be down farther. I'm sorry, yes.
So I want to put this out here as we move into personnel and intergovernmental affairs, and we talk about legislative items that are important to us. That's a big one, is figuring out ways the state's going to help support the city in the hall tax going away. Because is that the last year? It's last year, the last year? Yeah,
yes,
so that's
you will.
gone.
That's
We're
a
at-
zero line item this year. You will not
and
see that.
we've been trending roughly, I think we started at like 14 million is what we were getting out of it a year, and now we're down to zero. So keep that in mind. That's helpful. The other two were $500,000. So that's a good one. And then I had a question on.
Yes, the state hall income tax last year was $2.9 million.
Okay. And then on what's driving fire overtime, I'm going to assume that's COVID. Yeah, okay. Just wanted to ask the
I was
question.
going to say, I
Yeah.
thought I saw Chief Sweat back there as well. Thank you.
And then on page 13, what is the suspense fund or suspense line item? It's the very last line item for the total. So,
That's any money in transaction, like
Okay.
whether it's moving between a fund or if it's in an overnight sweep. There's anything that if there's a question about where exactly it needs to go, then it's held for that day. And like I said, this is a daily balancing fund. If I pulled it the very next day, it would look very different than this.
that's it. Thank you very much. And again, thank you for the year-over-year comparison.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think I'm going to go back to page 4. Talking about local taxes, you said the local sales tax option is included in that first line item of the $306 million. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so local sales tax option is what was voted on in 2019. It's that additional 0.5% for police and fire. How?
No.
Okay.
This is strictly the general fund revenue section. That 0.5% is
Okay.
held in a different fund.
Okay. And is that traditionally $12.5 million a month?
No, it is not.
Okay.
So for FY22 in July, it was 12.6 million. August was 12.7 million. September was 12.3 million. In comparison to July of the prior year, which was on 10 million, August was 10.6, and September was 9.6. So there's a significant increase in those numbers year over year for Q1.
Okay. I was just trying to separate that out of my head from the property taxes versus
Yes.
the local tax.
Yes.
And did we estimate that when we were projecting revenues, or are we going to be in that fortunate position where we've underestimated
So
that increase?
in FY21, we were expecting a slight downturn in that, and we budgeted revenue at $92,250,000. This year, and based on our collections last year of $134 million, we budgeted $130 million for FY22. And we are currently trending about $2 million. That gives you a budgeted average monthly of about 10.8, and we are averaging right at this moment about 12.6.
Okay, so over 150 million. If it
Over budget
continues
to
at that
date,
average, okay.
We're $5 million over budget to date right this moment at the end of Q1.
Not including the budgeted use of fund balance,
Correct.
which is 23 million.
Yes.
That is the news of the day.
I know, it is
Okay.
good news, right? And we're experiencing a very similar situation with the state portion of the sales tax, which is in the next category, state sales tax. We are averaging 6.2 million right now per month, where we had a budgeted average of 5.3. So we budgeted 64 million. And right now we're hitting about 2.7 over budget for that line item too, in comparison to year over year.
Okay. And then page number 10, looking at police and fire year over year, we've spent $5 million less in the first quarter for police, about $2.5 million less for fire. Is that mainly personnel cost, or what is?
I would have to go back and look
Okay.
at the specific divisions, but I will make a note for that to follow up with you.
Okay. And page 9, just before, finance expenditures. Looks
Yes.
like y'all were the top at 33%.
And again, that is because in FY21, Oh, wait, I'm sorry.
No, this is just.
This is FY '22. This is us
FY22.
currently. Hold on, let's see. Let me look at finance.
Are y'all going to make it?
I think we're going to be fine.
Okay.
Let's see. We are trending for finance. Personnel is at 16. Materials and supplies is at 19. Oh, there it is. Planning and development. We have a $1.5 million expense that is already hit in Q1 for in our grants and subsidies for planning and development. And we also have almost completely hit our expense for the sales tax receivable sale, where we have to repurchase, and that was $1.1 million. So those two factors, $2.6 million, pushes us a little bit high, but that's for Q1.
Okay. And then the others, my last question is just general cash flow, I think just for explanation of, for council members' sake. So we see local taxes at 66%. We know more will come in from that local sales tax option, but the property taxes that are outstanding, what is the typical trend of, I guess, what is delinquent or doesn't come in on an annual basis? How do we solve that cash flow problem?
So typically in Q1, because the taxes from all taxpayers are due at the end of August, so they become delinquent on September 1, we typically collect between 95 and 97% of our taxes in Q1. So the other, 3 to 5% trickle in over the year. So a couple of things have happened in terms of delinquents. We have started pushing out our own delinquent notices from the Treasury office. The other thing that has helped our delinquents significantly, we believe, is the sale of the property tax auctions for the properties that are delinquent. Those used to be combined with the county, and once a property becomes delinquent for 2 years, it is available to be put on sale. And sometimes just by sending notices to those taxpayers that they may be current on their county taxes, but they were not current on their city taxes. Sometimes just the notice that your property is getting ready to go up for a tax sale can produce some additional revenues. So we are monitoring that. We have been in conversations with our legal team and with the finance team, treasury team, to look at bringing more of our collections in-house as well.
Okay. Thank you. That sounds good. It used to be that people would pay their county their county property tax, but not their city property tax, and they'd be able to extend that for 6-7 years before we would start getting involved.
And that was pre-blight authority, which enabled us to have a land bank and to have property tax sales for city-only properties.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any other questions on general fund? Councilman Jones?
Thank you. Good morning, Chief.
Good morning.
Can you explain the encumbrance roll forward for expenditures? This is on page 3.
Absolutely. So every year when we get to the end of our year, as you know, without being too technical, we work on a modified accrual basis during the year, which is very similar to a cash basis. When we move into our final year or to our final month, there are obviously expenses that have not been paid for the entire month of June. There are expenditure, and it could be even June or May or depending on the situation, that are going to become due in July, and that those are expected to be paid at least within a 60-day period after the close of the year, and that represents that portion of that. This rolls forward every year. And so when we do our adopted budget, we do it strictly on the budget for that year, but we always know that there is a piece of the expenditures that are going to roll into the next year.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now I'm looking at page 4.
Yes, sir.
Other revenues, we see that about 34% of what was budgeted for this year. Normally we look at about 25. What's accounting for that increase, and do we anticipate that for the next 3 quarters?
So for other revenues in terms of, let's see what our high are, we do have about, let's see, one of the drivers, believe it or not, is the miscellaneous auctions that we have from our surplus. Those have been extremely popular and have been wildly successful. So we have to date in our miscellaneous auctions $1.3 million of revenue against a budget of 2.5. So we're already at 52% of anticipated budget for that line item. The rest of them are kind of small. The corporate sponsorships, which we anticipate is about $100,000 a year, has already come in. That's in Q1, but it does push the numbers just a little bit because the whole other revenues is 9.5 million budgeted, and we have to date approximately 4.6.
Okay. And it looks like if the current trends continue, that the state taxes will be about $11.5 million more than what was budgeted. At what time will you come before council with the recommendations of how we use that? And I would hope that the council will get some say-so in how some of that extra money is going to be spent.
I certainly hope that I do get the opportunity to come in front of you and say, hey, look what's happening to all this additional revenue. As you know, we do have a budgeted use of approximately $23 million from our fund balance, which I, again, hope we do not have to use. But if these trends continue, there's certainly going to be some additional money. One of the things that we watch in the year over years is this trend where you see the sales activity for certain periods. So remember, we collect this 2 months in arrears from when it actually happens. And typically, your sales activity for December comes to us in February. And so you see a huge hit there. But then in January, you see typically a very large decline. So we watch those trends. I'm monitoring them. I have the numbers from FY19, 20, 21, and comparing them to 22. But 21, we thought was a little bit of an anomaly because of the pandemic and because of some of the spending patterns that were happening with the public. But that trend certainly seems to be holding, at least for the sales activity for May, June, and July, which represents our July, August, and September collections.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, so council members in the queue will go on to the CIP presentation.
Thank you, council members.
Is anybody else a little bit warm? Let's see if we can't get the air.
Talk to the man.
Oh.
I love that you look at me like I'm going to get up and go turn the air down.
I'm looking straight at it. Yeah, let's not extreme, but just a little bit of. Are y'all cold? Oh wait, well. We've got objections and dissension. Yeah. I just put it out there. Okay, well. Okay, thank you. Chief Ford, go ahead.
Thank you again, Councilmember Shirley Ford, Chief Financial Officer, City of Memphis. Just kind of here we are at Q1. Actually, we're in the middle of Q2, which almost at the end of Q2, which is very exciting. We've had a lot of things going on in addition to our CIP. And as Chairman Morgan said, unfortunately, we will not be presenting the Accelerate today, but you'll get to see big pieces of that at our next meeting. So we're very excited. I know you probably have already received the electronic copy of the report. It just doesn't do justice until you hear Chief McGowan walk you through that step by step. So we're really excited about that. Just in our previous committee session, which was chaired by Chairman Ford, you approved the transfer of some funds from completed IT projects to augment another project within the division. Also, this afternoon, you have scheduled for Public Works, Solid Waste, and General Services Committee. We're seeking your approval for transfers from other completed projects to other projects in order to maximize the previously allocated and appropriated funds to the city's various CIP projects. These transfers are beneficial in a number of ways, and one is to maximize the already appropriated fund spending to complement existing projects. Two is to minimize the financial impact of certain existing projects. And three is the absorption of other project adjustments. And four is just an alignment of the calculated appropriations related to existing projects in regard to the city's bond rating review. So each time when we go for review, they look at what we have said we are spending, what's already out there appropriated and allocated. So when we are able to transfer some of those funds, instead of increasing those balances, it is beneficial to us. So thank you for that. This is just the table of contents of your written copy. Again, this is just the reminder of the parameters that we talk about. The capital improvement budget is for a 1 year, but we do a 5-year plan. If you look at the 5-year plan that you approved, you will see some expenses that are not occurring in FY22, but that will be occurring in FY23 or out years. It is important, again, when we are looking at our bond ratings, that we are presenting the most efficient and effective outlook for our 5-year plan as we possibly can. So we thank you for that as well. And just a reminder of the GO bond funding, which will be the focus of our report today. You approved a spending of $90,812,900 for projects either new and or existing for FY22. So I know this is a little bit hard to read, so I'm going to try to kind of just walk through some of these. And again, if you have any questions that I can't answer, I know our division leaders will be helpful in bringing those to conclusion for you. Just as a little bit of a reminder of what the columns mean, the project number, the project name, and then our FY22 adopted budget allocation for this purposes until we get to the other pages. This is all GO bond funding. Okay, so this is all general obligation bonds. And then the amount that has been appropriated of our FY22 adopted budget. So again, you allocate it when we get ready to actually spend it. We come to you and request for an appropriation. In the middle column, separated by the gray bars, you see the total allocation as of 9/30/2021. That includes your FY22 allocation and any existing allocation that was already there for that project. And then the total amount that is appropriated is the amount that we have asked for permission to spend related to those numbers. After your next gray bar is your spend to date as of 9/30. Sometimes you're going to see zeros in there. And then we're also looking at encumbrances. Encumbrances in the current year means that is something that we have a contract for, and we have dedicated money against that contract. We haven't just spent it yet. So it's kind of like we already know the project's happening. We already have the contract, and this is the amount that will be allocated to that project. And then your percentage spend to date plus your encumbrances versus your appropriated will give you kind of the status of where we are in those projects. So we'll start with the easy one first, the council district improvements. You allocated $154,000 on that. There's been no action to date on that as of the end of Q1. I have not seen any resolutions to date yet in Q2, so I'll be on the lookout for those. For the convention center, this was a new cover line that you approved in FY22. That will be a reoccurring item. As of Q1, that request for appropriation had not been made, but that has occurred in Q2. So you will see that it occurred on October 19th. There was a resolution, so you will see that allocation and appropriation move in Q2. For the executive, again, this was a project that was funded from a project that was closed in FY21. So it was something that we were able to reuse and transfer again. It was fully appropriated, in Q1 to accommodate the encumbrance. So as you can see there, it is allocated and appropriated at 100% at the end of Q2. On our next page, we start with city engineering, which has quite a few projects. And I just so when you see the cover line, if you look at the top line of $1 million, and then you see kind of an inset, the gray line below that for traffic signals FY22, you can see that of the $1 million, 590,000 of that has been appropriated, and if you move across the line, it has been totally appropriated at the end of Q1, leaving a balance of $410,000 that has yet to be appropriated. The spending, and I won't go through every single line, but just so that we can walk through how this report works, you can see that the spend on that project to date as of September 30th was $24,873, which only represented 4.22% of the spend. So as you go through each one of these cover lines, you see the lines below them as they're being allocated and appropriated to specific projects. So for instance, the traffic calming cover line was $1.7 million. That has been fully appropriated in Q1. The total allocation as of 9/3 is $4.7 million. That has been fully appropriated, and of that amount, approximately 2.9 has been spent, and another 1.6, almost 1.7 has been encumbered, bringing the spend for that project to date of 95.78%. So that's kind of how the project works. As we go down through these, and I made notes for you here, a lot of these are expected. There are timing issues with some of these projects, and they're expected to be appropriated later in the year. I won't go through each one of them unless you have a specific question about them. But on page 8, again, I just want to kind of point out some of these in the middle of the page. Project EN 01067, that is the Highway Safety Improvement Plan cover line. As you can see, it was $150,000. And then you can see for the gray lines and the inset below that, pieces of that has been appropriated and the spend associated with those. So typically with these railroad safety improvements, some of the safety projects, you can see they move rather quickly, and pieces of that are even are going out to finish a project or to complete a project from that cover line. So in total, to bring us to kind of the top of the page on slide 9, the total GO bond allocation for city engineering was $5.7 million. Of that, they have appropriated $3.3 million, or 58%. And as we move into the amount that carries over and appropriated for those amounts, that equates to 79.8%. And if you look at your spend to date is 5.7% plus an encumbrance of approximately $2 million, that would bring their total execution for Q1 to 73.89% for city engineering. Fire services, you have some encumbrances, you have some changes. These were approved by transfer resolutions, so you can see those where we had in Fire Station 1 construction, we had operations from former stations on Jackson and Thomas to be combined over on Chelsea, and we have council-approved transfer resolutions that support all of those. But our total for fire for Q1 is their GO bond allocation was approximately $8.5 million. They have appropriated 7.7 of that, and their appropriation for total projects, total allocations and appropriations are at 96.3%. Their spend to date plus encumbrances are currently at 86.83% for our fire services division. General services, we had a total allocation of 25.4. Of those allocations, 16.8 has been appropriated, bringing their appropriation to 66.2%. The total allocation is 31.5 million, of which 23 million has been appropriated, bringing their appropriation to 72.76%. And you can see there in the red by the resolutions that are coming or have come and are to come in Q2. We are anticipating that general services will be 100% appropriated at the end of Q2. However, their current spending rate is very low. And as you can see, some of these projects are still in process. We have appropriated the money, but they have not been encumbered, or at least approximately $8 million of it has been encumbered for capital acquisitions. And Director Adams will be here later in our next session or the afternoon session that we can answer any questions related to those projects if you so desire. Slide 11 gives you the allocations for HCD. They had $2 million that was allocated this year. That has not been appropriated yet, but it is planned for Q2. And just kind of as a reminder, this was for the South City project. We had an additional $4 million above our initial commitment of $30 million. If you remember, that was over a 6-year period. And this $2 million is projected for FY22 and FY23, and the FY22 appropriation did occur on October 19th by resolution. So at the end of Q2, they will be 100% appropriated as well. Information technology, there was an allocation of $3.5 million that has been totally appropriated, and the appropriations to date are 100%. Our spend is at $534,000. We have encumbrances of $221, bringing us to 21.5% or 21.6% of spend versus appropriations for our IT division. Our library division had $2,420,000, and their total appropriated amounts against an 11 total allocation of 11.2. We are 8.7 appropriated, which brings us to 78.3%. And our spend, as you can see, some of this is still very low. This is the new Fraser Library, so there are some timing issues related to that. For MATA, the GEO bond was $5.5 million. They have $8 million in allocations and appropriations. They are 100% appropriated, and we are currently at 32% of spend. Memphis River Partnerships, we allocated $323,000. That has not been appropriated yet, so we do not have any spend in that to date. For our parks and neighborhoods, we had GEO bond allocations of 8.6. 6.4 of that, or 73%, has been appropriated. We do expect to be approximately 97% appropriated in Q2. Our spend is currently at 84.25% for our parks divisions. Many of these were transferred for cover lines and appropriated in Q2, so you'll see that happening in Q2 as well. In police services, we had approximately $9 million in GEO bond allocations. 1.5, almost 1.6 of that has been appropriated, or 17.5%, bringing our total allocations for projects. And obviously, you can see the biggest one here is the radio system upgrade, which really skews the numbers some, but that is a big project. We are 84.5% appropriated. And to spend to date, we are at 81.24% for the police division. Public Works, which starts on page 13 and goes through page 14, you can see the asphalt paving cover line, and you can see the allocations out in the various areas, the resurfacing group 1, 2, and the asphalt paving in-house operations. And then on the next page, you can see that the total appropriation for Public Works was 19.2 million, total allocations, pardon me, and appropriations are approximately 17 million, bringing them total allocation to 19.2, of which 16.9 or almost 17 million of that has been appropriated, which brings their appropriation to 88%. Their spend to date plus encumbrances is approximately 95.3%. So for our total GO bond funding, which was $90,812,900, we have appropriated 67, almost 68% of that. The total allocations with those appropriations comes to approximately 216 million, of which 186 million has been appropriated. The spend to date plus the encumbrance is approximately 137 million, which brings our total spend to date plus encumbrances of approximately 74% for the end of Q1. No, that was a lot. Okay. So the next page we also added for you, just kind of this is in addition to the information that we typically give you on a quarterly basis. And just to provide additional context, it's important to be aware of other funding and spend that can impact our current CIP projects. And this is just a listing of those projects. As you can see, most of them are engineering and public works, but there is $1.6 million in federal grants, and which brings the allocation other than your GO bond spending to approximately 3.2. And we are at 63 or almost 64% of the spend to date on the federal grants. We also have state grants for the public works that we are 100% spend to date. And so our total general non-GO bond funding is at 59% appropriated, 62% total appropriations, and approximately 89% spend to date. The next page is the sewer fund, and as you know, those are either by typically revenue bonds that are self-supporting on those. So either revenue bonds or their capital pay-go. For this year, the capital pay-go was approximately 71 million, bringing their total appropriations to 680 million, and of that, total appropriated as of Q1 is approximately 450 million. Their spend to date is 60.39%, and with the revenue bonds, you have additional income there of 50 million, bringing the total allocation from revenue bonds versus the capital pay-go of approximately 280 million. Of that, 45% has been spent to date. So the total sewer fund is approximately at a 55.52% spend. The next page is the stormwater fund, which again is either capital pay-go or stormwater revenue bonds. We've issued stormwater revenue bonds last year. You approved that. So approximately 17.4 million of that is from the stormwater revenue bonds. We are currently at an 82.69% spend rate on those bonds, bringing the total stormwater, which has a small capital pay-go, doesn't really move that needle very much, about 83% for stormwater. So the last page is kind of our summary of all projects that includes GO bond spending. Our other spending sources for FY22 budget was approximately 234 million, of which we are at 60.15% spend today as of Q1. So I know that was a lot of numbers. I hope the notes on your copies helped you with any questions you might have had regarding to the projects. But unless you have any other questions, I'll be glad to take them.
Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you. On our paving obligations, those encumbrances, so those contracts have been executed, is the encumbrance line item. They're just,
Which page? Can you?
well, there's
several.
Yeah, I mean, there's several, I mean, there's a few different sections. There's a couple capital pay-go sections. There's some geo bonds, but none of them, other than the in-house paving, they're encumbered, but they haven't been spent. And
Right.
I know that, and generally speaking, that we're having the same issues with third-party vendors as the rest of the world is. And it's not to tag that, it's just to understand if those contracts have been signed.
Right, the contracts are in place,
Okay.
which represents the encumbrance there on page 13, kind of middle of the page under the first lines under Public Works. The resurfacing group 1 is encumbered at 4.1 million, and resurfacing 2 at approximately 5.5.
Yeah. And I know Robert usually hits his moment of the time to shine comes in February, March-ish. I will say this, I am happy that we're not like loading the room with like 55 senior police officials and 25 like senior staff. Like when I first sat in the room, I was like, what are all these people doing here all day? That being said, I know this is a financial update. The problem is that there may be a number of questions, and Chief McGowan's not here, Robert's not here, I see Chief Sink. So you're left to fend for yourself on very specific questions that I might have had. And I do have a few, but they're mainly have to do directly with Public Works. So let's start getting some people down in the room so that they can answer questions if possible.
So, agreed. We can have, for the next CIP review, we can have every division leader here for you to answer any questions. I try to get these reports out to you early enough that if you have questions that you can email me before, I can try to get those to you or be prepared to present them during our time together. But thank you very much.
Yeah, no, again, I appreciate you being here. And by the way, this is a robust document, and so we kind of fly through it. And I'm not a public finance expert, but my questions will, and I'll ask Director Connect later, go back to paving and then his stormwater fund, what's allowable. So if we, and Manny, you may know, but like if we do a stormwater emergency repair in a street area, right? Like that seems like a good opportunity to do some paving work, even though typically we wouldn't do city paving under state law because it's not related to, like we can reset the curb and gutter, but can we go back and especially since the city kind of has, I think it has an ordinance, but at least it has kind of a mandate that if there's a cut in the street, that we're not just going to patch the cut anymore. We're going to patch, a large portion of the street. And I know MLGW's had a little bit of a grace period, other than a complete mess up over on Yates Road that is now like a little roller coaster. But I'm trying to figure out ways in which we can take advantage of some of these enterprise funds so that we can lessen the burden on our capital pay-go. And then also what's going to happen if, they're not able to get everything done all the lane miles we'd like them to get done. So anyway, those are kind of my general questions and why I wish a few more people were here.
Good morning, Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering. So to answer your question, council member, so if the project is associated with a drainage repair and we happen to damage curb and gutter, asphalt, or what have you, the idea is to put back what was there. So in which case that drainage repair would include line items such as asphalt repair, curb and gutter repair. So part of that can be used towards those infrastructure, but it has to be associated with a drainage infrastructure in order for us to utilize stormwater funds.
And we'll get offline because I don't want to take up, we're already behind schedule, but I guess there's a fine line between the area of damage and what's permissible under, I guess, state law because it is an enterprise fund, but also the conflicting nature of where the city's kind of again, I'll have to go back and see if we passed an ordinance, but directive of if you get into the street and start cutting up the street, like MLGW often does for emergency repairs, which they have several emergencies these days, but that you don't just patch or cold patch that area and that you're able to, because what happens, and I'm sorry, I promise won't go long. What happens is, as we've said before, we'll pave a street, someone will come in and patch it, and then water will seep in, it will freeze, it will expand, and it'll pop up, and we've just wasted, $500,000 paving a street unnecessarily so. And the only place where there's a ton of cash sitting around in this city, like to the tune of $300 or $400 million, is the storm and sewer fund. So I'm asking the question, and again, we'll get offline and do it because I want to understand how we can maybe stretch the guidance on state law when it comes to the use of storm and sewer funds when we get into the roadways. So anyway, and I'm sorry because I'm sure others have questions, but that's one of the big things for me in this CIP. So, Chair, I yield.
Thank you. Councilman Logan?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director Blaine. I have a question too. I'm just asking it because the conversation, we're discussing it. As it relates to the drains, the drainage that we see throughout the city that have fences around them, like there's a deep ditch ravine. The ravines that have the fence and we're responsible for them I've seen across the city, they're overgrown and the fence may be broken down. I dealt with one and the city came out and fixed it. Well, they came out and repaired it, but it was just a matter of, they took a piece of wire and just circled it around. And is there a certain service excellence or expectation that we have throughout the city? And if the same question that my colleague mentioned or comment, are we able to maybe use those funds as well to make certain that when we do repairs, that there's a certain excellence that's there or a certain standard that we're looking for, not just a piece of wire just circling it, but actually repairing the broken parts or pieces, making them whole again?
Yes, ma'am. So, this is obviously in the purview of Public Works Director Connect on that. But to answer your question, you pretty much answered it by, speaking about it, is we do have a standard that everybody has to follow. So we have a fence standard, and every contractor, whether we use internal team members or an external team member to make the repair, they have to follow that specific standards. So there is standards for that. In regards to using stormwater funds for repair of fences, the answer is yes. If it's associated with, say, a damaged channel that they have to come in and make a repair, oftentimes the fence have to be removed to gain access to the channel, and so they'll require to put that back in place.
Okay, if parts of the fence begin to fall apart and deteriorate, and are we, what's the standard for that? Or
yes, so ideally the fence is there to prohibit people from going into the channel.
Yes.
And so if it is damage, it'll be reported to Public Works, and Public Works then assigns and schedules for that to be repaired.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you. Any other questions on the CIP update? All right, seeing none, we'll move on. Thank you very much, Chief Ford. And we're going to go back to agenda item number 1, which is a resolution to amend the council FY22 grant allocations. This is sponsored by Councilman Ford. Do I have a motion on this? All right, it's been moved and second. Any comments, Councilman Ford, or do you just want to go ahead and move to a voice vote?
Go to a voice vote. This is one that I'll use to help every year.
Okay, if you use the microphone, please.
This is a group that I usually help every year. There's some young ladies out in my district. Yeah, to appropriate $5,000.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from council members? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. And without objection, there's a request for same night minutes.
Without objection.
All right, it'll be
I got one more comment.
Councilman Ford.
I got a little money left. If anybody got anything in that district that they need, a little money, not a lot of money, a little money, okay, I'd like to use it. Okay, just let me know. Okay, Thank you very much. That's one reason why I do it until the end of the year, because you got a lot of these groups that come in that really don't need $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, in which they do a lot in the community, and we like to help them if we can. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. We'll go on to our last item of the agenda, which is an ARPA funding update. And Chief Ford, we've got 3.5 minutes left scheduled for committee. And we just came out of a lot of ARPA discussions, so can we give a quick update?
I can do this in 3 minutes or less. How about that?
The floor is yours.
Thank you. And I do not have a formal presentation. I just kind of wanted to hit some of the highlights with this. Our allocation for FY22 was $80.5 million. The premium pay allocation was, and from this point on, I'll be talking about FY22 allocations, was $16 million. The first payment was made in July. The second payment is scheduled for the last pay period of November, so that's coming up. The revenue replacement for budget stabilization was an allocation of $32.9 million. That will be recorded in Q2. The construction cost accelerator, we had an allocation of $2 million. And as you've heard us talk several times today, we are closely monitoring our current cost escalations, and where possible, we are covering with old project transfers so that we can kind of make the maximum use of that money as possible. For the community asset revenue recovery, the funding agreements are in the process of being finalized for that. That allocation for FY22 was $3.4 million. The Collins Chapel Connectional Hospital allocation of $1 million has been fully executed. The Regional 1 Trauma allocation of $2 million for FY22 has been fully executed. The Boys and Girls Club Community Program allocation of $3 million is in process, and I think that is to be finalized soon. The Youth Services Support Initiatives, an allocation of $1,578,666. There were about 3 projects in that. All of those are in process. Some of those we are looking out for community partners as well. The Community Support Services had an allocation of approximately $1.6 million. All of those programs are also in process. The HCD Mortgage Assistance allocation of $366,667. HCD is working with United Housing on that mortgage assistance. For their home repair allocation of $2.5 million, they are working with Habitat for Humanity and the Works. The contracts are expected early next week. HCD staff is also compiling information and communications regarding people who have reached out, and they are ascertaining the need and eligibility for those projects. The mobile library community service allocation of $450,970 is also in process. We are looking at capital acquisition for that mobile library. The Animal Services Community Support Initiatives allocation of $200,000 for this year. The hiring is in process for those additional people that you approved. Animal Service Protectors, I think is what they're called. But anyway, those are in process. The safety technology improvements for crime prevention, we had an allocation of $1 million this year. IT is working with MPD on the review and options that are available for that. The staff support for public safety development and training, there was an allocation of $165,000. I know, I think Fonda is here, but the HR team is developing a plan for a hire early in 2022. And the Public Safety Felony Assault Unit one-time allocation of $530,000 is in process. The investigative team is working on plans to stand up the unit with both manpower and equipment. So of the council initiatives, we have, from your list of initiatives, there are approximately, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are about 12 funding agreements that are in process. And as soon as we get an update on that, I'll be glad to bring that back to you as well.
Okay, thank you very much. That was quick. Can we get that emailed as well,
Yes.
just so we can see that?
Yes.
That'd be very helpful. Any comments or questions or further business for this committee?
I'll give our update. I received the spreadsheet last week of kind of the funding tranches over the next fiscal 23 years to lay out, because as Chief Ford said, obviously we have 80.5 today, 80.5 coming next year. It's when they're encumbered, but I'll be sending out like a general overview. Some of you laid out kind of how you thought you needed it, but we're going to try and, obviously we only have limited dollars, so we're going to try and marry the two up. I'll be sending them to your staff members to make sure that it marries up kind of with your project timelines. And that way everybody has a general idea of like how the dollars will flow, like for the HBCU scholarship program, like when those dollars will be necessary and all that kind of stuff. Same thing, you know. So anyway, please be on the lookout over the next week or so. I kind of meant to do it last weekend, but my wife took a much needed vacation and I had 3 small children and it was a disaster.
All right.
And thank you very much. I just wanted to let council know that Councilman Carlisle has been wonderful working with me, trying to make sure that I have the proper narrative for each of your projects, because that it will be included with the annual report to Treasury. So I really appreciate y'all getting back to me as quickly as we can, and any updates that we have to make after December for projects, we can continue to make those, because I do have to report those as well. But thank you very much, and I really appreciate the collaboration and the support from council. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you for spearheading that and all the additional work. Any other comments or questions or business? Seeing none, we're adjourned, everybody. Thank you.
Say yes. The November 16th, 2021. Okay. The November 16th, 2021 meeting of the Public Services, Arts, Youth Initiatives, Libraries, and Neighborhoods Committee of Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Mr. Whitney, please call the roll.
Yes, ma'am. Councilwoman Johnson. Present. Councilman Ford. Present. Councilman Canale. Here. Councilwoman Logan. Present. Councilman Jones. Here. Councilman Warren. Present. Councilwoman Robinson. Present. Chair Easter Thomas.
Present. We have one item on the agenda. Item number 1 is a resolution to accept, allocate, and appropriate grant funds in the amount of $63,315 to the City of Memphis, Memphis Public Library and Information Center from the State of Tennessee, Office of the Secretary of State, Tennessee State Library and Archives, all council districts, sponsored by the administration. Request for same night minutes. So moved. Second. Is there anyone from the administration to speak on this item? Okay, just for those who are listening, who may be from the administration, we talked about this before, and hopefully this doesn't fall on deaf ears. Please make sure you are here to represent your item. And we also talked about requests for same night minutes earlier, so I will be holding this item just so that we can get adequate representation and communication on the item. Are there any objections? No? Is there any other business? No? All right, this meeting is adjourned. MLGW budget is about to begin, or MLGW committee is about to begin.
Good morning. I'd like to call to order the Memphis Light, Gas, and Water Committee meeting. We're actually starting on time at 10:15 a.m. on Tuesday, November 16th, 2021. Lakivia, will you please call the roll?
Council members present, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilman Ford, Councilwoman Johnson, Councilwoman Logan,
Present.
Councilman Warren, Chair Robinson.
Present. Did you get Councilwoman Easter Thomas? Okay, thank you. We have 3 items on our agenda today. The first item is a resolution to approve the 2022 electric, gas, and water operations and capital budget, all council districts, requested by MLGW administration. President Young?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. We were here a couple of weeks ago and reviewed some of the details of the budget. We want to just step through this morning, if we can, slight modifications that we made based on, if you will recall, in that previous discussion, we had a placeholder for wages at 3.5%. We have gone back in and updated that to reflect a change in the wages to 5%. And I want to ask Rod and Dana to step through that so that you can see the impact that has on the budget. And of course, we're available to answer if there are any residual questions from last time or any new questions that you may have as a result of what you learned today. We'll be glad to discuss that. So I'll turn it over to Dana Jeans, who is our CFO and Senior Vice President and CFO.
All right. Good morning, council members. As President Young mentioned, we just wanted to go through the changes that have been made since the last time we presented, which was 2 weeks ago when we went through the entire budget presentation. So what you see on slide 2 is basically the impacts of the wage increase from 3.5%.
Excuse me, Dana, what book are we in? Because I want to make sure we have 2 here. This one?
It's
Is this the one?
yes, yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure council members have the right book. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry.
Okay, all right, my apologies for that. So what we're showing here on page 2 is basically the labor changes reflecting from going from 3.5%, which again was our placeholder, to 5%, which is the point we are at that's reflecting the latest wage proposals from MLGW and IBEW. Of course, this recognizes the unusual inflationary world we're in at the moment, where we've just recognized, I believe, a 30-plus year high in inflation. So essentially what we're seeing, and again, there are no other changes besides the labor increase from 3.5 to 5. So you can see the O&M expense, about the third line down, how that impacts compared to what we presented to you last time. So a little bit over a $2 million increase in all 3 divisions, as you can see in the far column. So that rolls through our total operating expense. And then in our capital expenditures, the impact is about $727,000. Overall, an impact of about $2.7 million due to this change. And the next slide just shows, again, a summary of each division, basically an income statement. And again, the only items that changed from what you saw previously is the O&M expense, the total operating expense, and then the capital. So again, about $2.7 million impact across all 3 divisions. The next slide just shows the electric division, similar to what you saw previously, a comparison of 2022 budget to 2020 actual, 2021 projected, and the 2021 budget. The operating margin variance of 14.1 million is the same that we showed you before. Expense variance 2 million compared to 2021 budget. So if you look at the far right bottom column, total operating and capital for the electric division is about 1.5 billion. And of course, about 1 billion of that is power cost with TVA. The next slide shows the same thing for the gas division. And again, operating margin variance is the same as you saw previously. And the only change is the O&M. And again, when you look at all combined capital and operating expenses, we're sitting at about 303 million for total operating and capital. The next slide shows the water division. Again, the same thing, a little bit of an increase in the O&M expense that makes its way through, as well as capital, for a total of almost 143 million in total operating and capital expenses. Next slide just shows our capital budget, again, compared to the 2021 budget. So you can see we're about $40 million in total, higher than the 2021 budget. This reflects the ability to make greater progress in 2022 on our way forward plan. We mentioned last time that we had secured some of the contracts that help us to proceed with some of the infrastructure improvements, such as distribution automation, underground cable replacement, and the like. And that's just a quick summary of what's changed since we spoke to you last time, and we'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Council members, I only see one, and it's Dr. Warren.
Yeah, I assume that this means that there's not going to be an impasse. Is that what we're talking about?
We are currently at impasse, yes. So this reflects the management position.
This is management is the 5%. That's management's proposal.
And we are in agreement with the IBEW on the 5% for 2022. There are additional issues that we are not in agreement, such as job upgrades and the like.
Thank you. Thank you.
Are there any other questions, council members? Okay, thank you. This resolution, we're going to put a hold on that because we cannot vote on this item until
Vote on it in here, but don't vote on it
downstairs.
You can vote on it in here, but not downstairs.
I prefer to just hold it. Okay, I would just hold it. That just keeps it clean until we get the impasse done. Okay.
No objection.
No objection, thank you. Item number 2 is a resolution authorizing final payment of the fiscal year 2022 tax equivalent payment from Memphis Light Gas and Water Division's gas and total distribution of the fiscal year 2022 tax equivalent payment to taxing jurisdictions in Shelby County, Tennessee. All council districts sponsored by Memphis Light Gas and Water. Can I get a motion, please? Thank you. President Young.
I believe that Attorney Wade is going to speak to this.
Good morning, council members.
Good morning.
This is our annual pilot resolution. This is actually your resolution, and you are sponsoring it, not MLGW. The statute requires us to consult with them to get the raw data, and then you make the final determination. What I have asked staff to give you are placeholder ordinance resolutions. We will not have the final numbers crunched until shortly before our next December meeting. So this is to get the process going, and we should probably have it in your committee at the next December meeting, and then we can explain the details at that time.
Okay. If the council, can you give the council members just a little more detail about why we're doing this? We've already done water, so they'll know where we are in the process.
Okay. Every year we do around about December gas and water pilots. Those are based on the information as of the end of the July 30, 2021 fiscal year. We are doing this for FY 2022, and generally we take that data and use the formula that's in the state law to come up with the maximum amount that MLGW can pay, and then we have to allocate that number among all the taxing jurisdictions in Shelby County. It looks like those numbers for electric will probably be higher this year. I think the city received about 38 million last year. We'll probably be in the 39 million range this year. I have to look at the gas numbers because they seem to be lower than last year, but I'm not sure why that is. There's one quirk in the law. We got whipsawed last year because of the assessment ratio during non-reappraisal years. That can go down below 1, and it was like 0.88 last year. In a reappraisal year, generally, we are not like the general taxing authority because the reappraisal makes all property values sometimes go up, and then our tax rate is adjusted down so that our rate will be the same as the year before. With this, we get hurt because the tax rate goes down, but we don't get the increase in value that you would get in an ad valorem type arrangement. So we have to massage the numbers to make sure that we get the maximum amount that we can receive under our charter, and that's kind of why it takes a little longer to compute these numbers.
Okay, council members, do you have any questions? So this item will be held till our next.
No, ma'am, you approve
it tonight.
And it will
Okay.
go automatically on our next agenda, and then it will be in your committee for further explanation next week.
Okay, thank you. Council members, are you ready to vote? Yes.
A resolution, not an ordinance.
That's correct.
Okay. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 3 is a resolution authorizing final payments of fiscal year 2022 tax equivalent payment from Memphis Light, Gas, and Water Division's electric system and total distribution of the fiscal year 2022 tax equivalent payment to taxing jurisdictions in Shelby County, Tennessee, all council districts, sponsored by the Memphis City Council. Can I get a motion?
Second.
Thank you. Do I have any questions, council members, before we start? Okay, President Young and then Alan Wade.
Again, I will defer to Attorney Wade on this particular item.
Okay,
Madam
thank you.
Chairman, the same explanation I gave you applies to both electric and gas. I was trying to combine that conversation in one discussion.
Okay. Any questions, council members? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. That motion passes. Thank you. Are there any other questions while we have the MLGW team here? I have one. Okay, Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Thank y'all so much for your presentation. My concern still is those closed facilities. I'm still getting complaints. People can't get in, making phone calls, they just hang up. I've called myself and they said our lines are so busy, call back at another time.
Yeah.
And they hung me up. I mean, so we really do need to try to work on those service lines.
I think when we were here last time, you may recall that Mr. West, our Chief Customer Officer, spoke about we're trying to bring in about 34 additional service advisors. We are impacted much like everybody else's industry has been impacted, and we're working diligently to make more availability other ways and just make sure we're accommodating customer needs. So we are in the process of trying to make sure we get those upgrades done for folks to be able to call in and communicate with us. We have expanded, as you know, payment locations. Customers have the ability now to make payments at almost 200 locations and have those payments posted within minutes. And so we're working diligently to make things more accommodating to customers while balancing the need to ensure and safety of our employees. So we're doing all we can to make sure that happens. And we are certainly aware of those challenges that our customers are facing in terms of contacting us. We're working now to correct that. So.
Are you going to open up any of the centers soon?
Well, you just remember the 3 of the 5 centers are, all of them are open for drop payments. 3 of the 5 are open with drive-through services. So customers can today go to Whitehaven, they can go to Lamar, they can go to Millington and actually interact in person through the drive-through. And so those are currently available. We are in the process of determining the next phase for the actual lobby services. We actually do have individuals in those lobbies. Those are our credit counselors mostly, as well as the cashiers, and they are actually engaging with customers. We have actually those individuals who used to entertain people face to face. Those folks in those locations are actually speaking to customers on the phone, but they're in those locations as well. So we are in those locations doing things. It's just not and customers, as you may recall, especially around the first of the month, would be waiting for 45, 50 minutes up to an hour or more in those locations. And so that's what we're trying to avoid by doing this a little bit differently. So we're looking at that, though.
Okay, so once you get your additional personnel, you'll be able to open up Lamar?
Well, our additional personnel predominantly will be for our call centers. So we're looking to add some 34 additional personnel there. And we're also working on expanding the capacity of our phone line system so that we can take, I think now the number may be 200, no more than 200 calls at one time. Don't hold me to that. But there's some limitation on the number of simultaneous calls that we can take. And so we're trying to expand that number, the ability for us to be able to handle customer calls so that we can take more in the future.
Well, that's an increase from the last time you were here. I think y'all said y'all could handle 80 or 90 calls at a time.
Yeah, you may want to check. And Jim's not with me today, but I think that's the last number I recall. So I may be off. Yeah, but that's the number.
They literally told me, your recording said, lines are off, this if you need to call back at another time.
Yeah, and again, that's because of that capacity constraint right now that we're having. And again, as you all know, we're seeing this in a lot of places. We're feeling it. That's where we're feeling it right now the most. And we're working to relieve that as best we can.
Okay. I thank you.
Okay. Thank you. There are no other questions.
All right, everyone, if we're going to get going here a few minutes early. Go sit down. I probably should pull up. Good morning, everybody. It is Tuesday, November 16th. It is approximately 10:49 in the morning, and I hereby call to order the Personnel and Intergovernmental Affairs Committee of the Memphis City Council. Someone, would you please call the roll? Nope. Keep going.
Councilman Canali. Here. Councilman Covette.
Here.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Present. Councilman Ford.
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson. Present. Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilwoman Logan. Present. Councilman Morgan. Councilwoman Robinson.
Present.
Councilman Smiley.
I'm here.
Councilwoman Swearingen. Councilman Warren. Present. Chair Carlisle.
Present. Chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have 3 items on this morning's agenda. Item number 1, an ordinance to amend Chapter 25-200, Section 1 of the Memphis City Code of Ordinances governing the city pension system to allow certain individuals to extend participation in the Deferred Retirement Option Plan, all council districts, sponsored by the administration. Do I have a
moved?
Moved by Councilman Warren. Seconded by Councilman Ford. Do we have someone? Chief Smith, thank you for joining us this morning. The floor is yours.
Excellent. Good morning, City Council members and Personnel Committee. We are here requesting the extension of the drop program for Director Keena McCloy in her capacity. And this is primarily due to the amazing work that has been done in the library division, and particularly with the focus around literacy. And as you know, in our community right now, focusing on literacy and helping as many young people as possible is really important. And we want to continue that momentum. And Director McCloy would like to continue that momentum as well. Director Clayton would like to say some words.
Thank you so much for the consideration. I think it's pretty amazing what has happened in the past, 3-4 years. Nationally and internationally, we've become, the topic of a lot of people's conversation, and literacy is really what we're focused on now. We definitely have focused on a lot of different kinds of activities, but literacy is number one at this point, and we really want to move the needle on that here in Memphis.
Thank you. I've got Councilman Ford and Councilwoman Easter Thomas with you. Councilman Ford, the floor is yours, sir.
Mr. McCoy, I just want to thank you for all your services, okay? Hey, she's been, when I was on the council before, see what's going on with the libraries. I mean, hey, they're doing great under your leadership. And we need you to stay there and stay there and stay there, okay? And I asked my colleagues, hey, please support this, hey, her, because I think we're for how much longer? 4 more years? Yes, which would be great. See, you're still a young lady, both of y'all out there, so hey, you can handle it. Okay, but keep the good work up. Yeah, I've been knowing her, and like I said, hey, she's great. She is great, and she's moved the libraries. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Director McCoy. Thank you. I just want to say thank you for the work that you're doing, and note that I will also be supporting this. But I did want to note earlier for just to make sure that that's addressed and that it doesn't happen again for the committees. But I do support you, and I do thank you for the work that you're doing.
Thank you so much, and I want to apologize about that. I take full responsibility for it. I'm sorry I was not here earlier today, and I really apologize. It will never happen again. Absolutely.
Councilman Colvett, Chairman Colvett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director McCloy, well done. Being on the council, I've learned a lot about the city of Memphis, whether it's police department, fire department, but also our libraries, and watching what you have done and the work you guys are doing on the literacy question. But also just on a personal note, I've had several meetings at the main Ben Hooks Library and found everyone there to be helpful. professional, very clean, wonderful facility. So again, keep up the great work. I strongly support you, and for why don't we make it 8 years? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councilwoman Johnson.
Good morning. I just wanted for clarity, this is an appointed position.
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
I'm not wishing you any bad luck, but new administration, if they so choose to do something different, they will have that capability to do so.
Yes, under our policy, that they would have that ability.
Okay, that's all I know. When you said 4 years, I didn't know how it was being locked in, but that's just 4 years for another drop. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Councilwoman East Thomas.
I'm sorry, thank you, Chair. Just a question, what is your, how have you been building leadership underneath you for your succession when that does happen?
So this is my obsession. We have built a lot of capacity within our organization. When I got to Memphis Public Libraries, it was, and we looked at the leadership team, it was pretty much all white females. I mean, that's just kind of standard for libraries. We now have an organization that is reflective of Memphis and reflects the population that we serve. And so we're really grateful for that. We have teams that are constantly being built to make sure that people are either cross-trained or that they have the capacity to, we want people to be able to grow from within. And so we definitely promote from within, if at all possible. That's one of our missions. And you know, we've had extraordinary success with the individuals who are here. And we have had a lot of great retention of talent, and didn't have that before. People were leaving us, they were leaving us like on a regular basis. Now people are staying and they're growing within the organization. So, you know, that's been one of my passions, and it's one of the purposes that I think that we have as an organization, to make sure that people can stay, will stay, and can grow. So I think that's the shortest version of it.
I also would like to note that we started working on building succession planning efforts within the city of Memphis in 2019, and we recognize that it's important to continue to work on that effort. So we will be expending energy and focus around succession planning, not only for the library division, but across all of our divisions as well.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair, and hello. I just wanted to applaud you for always being willing to expand with the community that your center is in, and for that innovation. I really appreciate how, you were open to understanding that the different areas are different and the programming needs to reflect the area, and being willing to kind of pivot off of maybe structured or, box cutter kind of things, and open to programming that really affect the community. So I really appreciated working with you in that regard, and look forward to that counseling initiative to come up. So thank you so much for the work you do. I'm glad to see you stay as well.
Colleagues, no other questions or comments? I'll just hop on the train of commending Director McCloy. Incredible article. I think it was in Smithsonian. I shared it. Even my mother in Nashville commented on it. Just incredible work, and bringing, it's always great to have positive news coming our way, especially in things that typically, the majority of the world in today's modern society don't seem sexy and sizzling like the library system, but it's critical. I mean, it's critical for a number of things and ways in which it serves the broader community. Not just with access to literature, but all the things that libraries have become. It's not what they were 100 years ago. So anyway, a big props that I'll be supporting this today, but I would be saying, I'd be remiss if I didn't say that I, don't love the drop program, and I'm glad that it's no longer a part of our 2016 go forward for the city, even though there are pros and cons to it. And so I'm glad that it's gone, but I've never been a huge fan of it and what the end result was. So with that, I'll still be supporting it today. Seeing no other questions or comments, Voice vote. Colleagues, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same rights and privileges. Seeing none, the chair is an aye. This is unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Colleagues, moving on to item number 2, a resolution requesting the state of Tennessee to prioritize the expansion of Holmes Road between Airways Boulevard and Tullahoma Road, District 3, Super District 8, sponsored by Councilwoman Robinson. There is a request for same night minutes. May I have a motion and a second to hear this item? Moved by Smiley, seconded by Canali. Before we get into discussion, please let the record reflect that Councilwoman Swearingen is present. Councilwoman Robinson, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to ask my colleagues to please, you should have a copy of the resolution here, to please support this resolution. The community near, it's called Whitehaven East, is disenfranchised. When they were annexed into our city several years ago, they were promised a lot of things, and one of them was improvement to the roads. And as we have approved new warehouses in the area, we have more trucks in their area, they're coming through their community. The road is already treacherous, and it's going to become more so. I'm asking, and originally when I got on the council, my first question was centered around, when are we going to make those improvements? They're on the list, but we don't have any money. This is a road we have the state has to approve, and the money has to come from there. Just one answer after another. Now that the president has passed a bill to improve our infrastructure, now is the time to ask the state to help us in this area, since this has been an ongoing issue over 10 years. And now we're about to ask for another warehouse in their area with more trucks, and we haven't done what we said we were going to do in the first place. And I will just read this into the record. It's a resolution requesting the state of Tennessee to prioritize the expansion of Holmes Road between Airways Boulevard and Tullahoma Road. Whereas Memphis is known as the United States' leading logistics center due to Memphis hosting the #1 air cargo airport in the United States, 5 Class 1 railroads, the Mississippi River, and sitting along major trucking corridors. And whereas Memphis City Council District 3 houses the most industry of any district within the city of Memphis, and whereas the Whitehaven East area surrounding Holmes Road has been exponential growth in industry since the city of Memphis annexed the area in 1987. Y'all hear that? 1987. Because of the area's proximity to all the major modes of distribution in Memphis. And whereas as a part of the annexation plan for the Whitehaven East in 1987, the city of Memphis agreed to complete major street improvements to Holmes Road. And whereas because of Memphis's proximity to developing areas of Mississippi, Memphis is now competing with the neighboring Mississippi counties for economic development opportunities. And whereas Mississippi is outpacing Memphis in part due to the neighboring areas' investment in their road infrastructure, and whereas to enhance the attractiveness and appeal of Memphis in the war for economic development within the Mid-South region, and investment in the road infrastructure on Holmes Road between Airways Boulevard and Tullahoma Road is critical. Whereas along the infrastructure improvements being necessary for business development in the area, the improvements are necessary for the safety of Memphis citizens that live and work within the area. And whereas Holmes Road between Airways Boulevard and Tullahoma Road has increasingly experienced car accidents with a 4% increase over the last year, and whereas improvements to Holmes Road is a state of Tennessee grant-funded project, and whereas the Tennessee Department of Transportation is expected to receive $6.5 billion with the Infrastructure Investment and the Jobs Act, and whereas although construction plans are currently 90% complete, construction may not begin until fiscal year, here's another,
2024. Whereas those traveling on Holmes Road between Airways Boulevard and Tullahoma Road deserve a safe travel environment. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Memphis City Council encourages the Tennessee Department of Transportation to move the improvements for Holmes Road onto the high priority list. Sponsored by Councilwoman Patrice Robinson.
Second.
Thank you.
Colleagues, Councilman Ford? Yes, sir.
I'm all for this, but I want the council to remember one thing. Don't get Holmes Road all mixed up, okay? There's a project over between Horn Lake, Holmes Road, that has been moved and moved and moved. This is very important what you're doing. But hey, we need to come back and make sure that they don't forget the other side that was 20 years ago, okay? So I want the council to be aware. Holmes Road, really Holmes Road all the way need to be taken care of. You know, it should have been years and years ago, okay? Yes. So I just want council to be abreast. This is one part of Holmes Road. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Ford. Councilman Smiley.
Dr. Lakevia Perry told me that she was going to add me as a co-sponsor, but I wanted to say it on the record because I'm not sure if Dr. Lakevia Perry is going to actually allow me to be a co-sponsor. So, Councilwoman Patrice Robinson, can I be a co-sponsor?
Of course.
Thank you, Councilwoman Patrice Robinson. Thank you to Dr. Lakevia Perry.
Thank you, Councilman Smiley. I also would like to join Councilwoman Robinson as a co-sponsor to this bill, not only for the safety, I mean, it's also she mentioned the economic development in and around the area has to be able to support it. There's so many case studies around the country of infrastructure not meeting the rapid growth in certain industries. I would also, and I'm glad that this is coming up based on our next agenda item, I would also say if Lakevia, Ms. Perry, or if you wouldn't mind, or I could have Ms. Owens do it too, I would ask that we write a letter addressed to the United States Congressman Steve Cohen and David Kustoff, letting them know that these things are important to the council, and anybody that wants to sign those letters as well, because we'll send this to the state legislature, but our federal partners are equally as important and represent the area. When you look at projects like the Lamar Corridor, Congressman Cohen played a very important role in that at that time period. Councilwoman Logan, did you have something? Johnson, Logan, somebody? Oh, yeah. All right, colleagues. Yes, Councilwoman Johnson? Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and throw everybody on there. And then if anybody for some reason feels like they don't want money for Memphis, let me know. And I want to thank Councilwoman Robinson for her advocacy and for bringing this to the body and getting it back into the conversation. The credit certainly is due there. Colleagues, with that being said, seeing no other members in the queue, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, same rights and privileges. Seeing none, the chair is an aye. This is unanimous. All right, colleagues, moving into item number 3, on the same token, Chairman Colvett and I received an email from Representative London Lamar that the Shelby County delegation of the General Assembly will be having a retreat on December 8th, and have asked that we come and present the council's legislative priorities for the General Assembly's next session. Because of when we received the email and when they'd like a PowerPoint or kind of what we would like to do before we present, there was no way for us to have any sort of discussion. That's why this came on the last minute. So I don't really have anything prepared, but I didn't want to go into that meeting with, and Councilman Smiley's coming as well. I didn't want to go into that meeting not having had any discussion or any thoughts from this body on the things that are legislative priorities for them. And we can certainly meet in our first meeting in December at anything that anybody wants to add, because that's on the 7th, and then we're meeting with them on the 8th. So, but I just wanted to go ahead and have or begin a discussion if you guys wanted to, so that we could prepare some sort of presentation to submit to them on December 1st, which is what they've asked for. So that's what this is all about. I see Ms. Dabney Ring in the back, who we all know. So if there are any questions about what the administration is working on or what their priorities were last year going into this year. So I'm sorry for kind of the loose nature of this, but it was something that came up in the last 24 hours. I wanted to make sure that if anybody had anything, that they had the opportunity now. Councilman Jones, the floor is yours.
Don't have anything to add to it, but I'd like to know what would be the administration's priorities going into the next year, and because sometimes, not always, that we can have a certain set of priorities. Theirs could be a little bit different than us, but if we could have one that we can present to the Shelby County delegation as the city of Memphis together, I think that would be helpful.
Debbie, if you'll come up here, we had that discussion. Very good point, Councilman Jones. We had that discussion. I think they're still in the administration is still in the process. And so I'm happy again. I think no matter what, we'll probably bring this back. Hopefully the mayor and the administration will have theirs tightened up by our next meeting, which is still the day before. But if there are any of those things that you're prepared to discuss, that would be great. If not, understand where that's at.
I've never actually done this. Dabney Ring, Senior Policy Advisor, Mayor's Office. We are still working on our agenda. Last year, we had as a priority the tax decoupling issues with the state on the money that's in sales tax, and that is definitely a return priority for this year. We are also putting together some ideas around public safety, as always, because that is important. But the rest of it is still in a really fluid stage right now, and I don't want to commit to any more than that.
Thank you.
Is it possible, I'm not going to make you say yes or no, but is it possible that you'll have something more concrete by the 7th?
We also have a PowerPoint deadline.
Fantastic. All right. Well, and again, if there's I'll get with you offline to see if there's some things that I can disseminate out so we can try and meet our deadline as well. Councilman Jones brings up a great point. Councilman, do you have anything else?
That's it.
Yeah. Councilwoman Robinson.
Okay. I want to make sure Councilman Ford brought up something really important about Holmes Road. We want both our sections included so that they can fight for us, especially our Shelby County delegation on Holmes Road. We got it, Councilman Ford? You agree? Okay. And then the second thing that's really important is, what is the state going to do to help us replace those dollars that we lost with the hall tax? You got that? Right. And the third item that's really important, we've got to get these guns off the street. We can put a police officer in every house in Memphis, Tennessee, and it will not stop the current gun crime because it's on the street, it's at random, and it's just when somebody loses their cool. So, and some of it is premeditated. However, the police can't be there at all times. We cannot continue to place that on them, and we got to have some gun laws that work for a metropolitan area.
Well said, Councilwoman.
Yes.
Just to that point, I guess I'll speak. Asked Dabney to send me last year's. The administration last year was looking at supporting red flag laws as well. CLRB, review board subpoena power.
That issue was
dealt with. Sorry, just going off last year's list. Anyway, mental health equity and funding. So some of those things that can be direct. Councilwoman Logan.
I agree with everything that's been said, as well as transportation. Now that we have Opal, Blue Opal, and just in general, we were already, needing to look at that across the state, especially in the western region. So I just want to make sure that we are shoring up and having discussions and robust discussions and plans about that, mass transportation, public transportation.
One thing to keep in mind when y'all are putting together a package is, we look at things that need legislative fixes. we look at requests for the administration, and we look at budgetary priorities. So something may not need a legislative fix, but it would need, a meeting, a one-on-one meeting with the administration, or it would need, some budget dollars. So just kind of be clear in your intention of when you're talking to the legislature, they can support you in the budgetary, they can support you with the administration, but they're also going to be looking for what they can do to solve the problem. So you just kind of want to have those three buckets in mind when you're putting together any kind of package.
Thank you. Yeah, some of the things, just I'll piggyback just for the general, all the 12 people listening. The things that I'm looking at that are big things that do have legislative fixes, but they're difficult because, and I'm so happy that Councilwoman Robinson used the term metropolitan, that work for metropolitan areas, because that always seems to be the crux of the argument is metropolitan, suburban, and rural. And so, hoping to find some things that are palatable for our rural partners that will help tremendously in places like Memphis and Davidson and Hamilton counties. For us, it is how state law interacts with the trustee's office and the discharge of tax properties, tax sales. That is a significant issue for us in blight remediation in Memphis, right? And so the other thing that's a problem for Memphis, and I don't know yet if it's I know there's a legislative option, but we often, and I know many of you recently, I know it's Councilman Warren has been talking about it a lot, but I know everybody's brought it up, but our institutional private equity portfolio buyers of real estate that then turn around and lease rental single-family homes, and how they are classified under the tax code in the state of Tennessee. They are operating a commercial business under the guise of residential real estate. I don't want to be punitive to somebody that's taken their retirement money or even their first paycheck and they want to be entrepreneurial and own 2 or 3 homes as a recurring revenue stream, but it's wildly different from $1 billion hedge fund out of New York City. Now, I also recognize that those hedge funds have helped sustain our market value by owning the properties, paying property taxes on them, but there's a fine line, again, of how they're taxed. So looking at ways in which the state law could perhaps be changed to make it, well, it's not even about that. It's about if they're going to do business in the state of Tennessee, it's great that someone's in there, but a lot of times, like a lot of owners, they're not in touch with what's going on at the property itself. They're too large to know. They don't have a good property management firm. And so what ends up happening is the city actually, in my opinion, has increased needs and services to support a lot of what their operations are doing. So whether it's a carve out, whether it's taking them to the commercial assessment of 40%, which you can imagine when you're the largest metropolitan area for institutional homeowners in the nation. I may be wrong on that. If Hardman's in there, do the research for me. What that would do if you reclassified that amount of properties at a 20% higher value of assessment. Now, I understand that some of that will flow through to the owner, and there's got to be a give and a take. But whether or not it's that or you're carving out a portion of that like we do certain cents on the sales tax for community reinvestment and services in those neighborhoods or those districts where the high proportionate share of rental homes are taking place, there's options, but we're hamstrung at this point by even having those conversations based on where state law is. So those are some of the things. And then I guess the last thing I'll say, even though it's not a direct legislative priority, but the state is going through, it may not be a priority for the administration, but I know that there are several educators, and I know that Councilman Jones, Warren, and Robinson, because I've heard it once or twice, served on the school's board of education, but they're going through in a process to evaluate the system's funding formula. And I know that that's important to many members on the body. So I don't see a reason why we can't weigh in on that as a priority for the body. So I'll be quiet. I think somebody else was waving me down. Councilman Warren, the floor is yours.
I think that last issue that you mentioned prior to the school system, I mean, it's obvious that we give a lot of our money to the state, and as a city, we get back a lot less than what we pay in taxes. Okay, it's just that simple. And Well, it is socialism, and we're wanting a capitalistic society, so we get our fair share based on our capital. But I think the issue that we've got, and what I've heard from a lot of people, is it's becoming hard to buy a house in Memphis. And the reason is the institutional buyers have bought most of the homes that are there, and now the rents are going up. So one of the issues that I think we really need to look at is we do want to be able to have our properties not go fallow in bad times, which is what these people did for us in the last downturn. But I think we need to think we've got enough. We're already the number one, as Councilman Carlisle said. We need to do something to aggressively move it in the opposite direction and make us less of an attractive place for people to buy homes. I'm building a house on a piece of property next to my house. I have calls every week for people who want to buy my property.
Yes.
It's random calls. So we've got computer-generated people in big corporations that are trying to buy everybody's home in the whole city. Everybody's get the calls, right? So, the bottom line is this is not good for long-term survival in Memphis, and if there's something the state can do to help us with that legislatively, we definitely need it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman. And I'll throw one more thing out there, and I won't bring up metro government, but I'll throw one more thing out there that I think for this body, just having been around for a whole whopping 2 years, that touches on gun violence, that touches on education, but isn't necessarily a direct funding issue for us. And the mayor is working on mental health, but where it really comes down when you talk to Judge Dan Michaels is the level of support, and that's a nice way of saying money, for the juvenile justice system and what they are and are not able to do because of the lack of services they're able to actually provide for children that come in contact with that. And so I'm hoping the county commission will put that on their list, but ultimately the state has got to help continue to bring our proportionate share, our fair share of revenues for the things that we know where the issues really are. And so that, for me, also is another one to make sure that, we can hire the amount of counselors and mental health services that children that are coming into contact, as well as the facilities that are actually, worthy of being in place and not a pretty rough situation over there. So anyway, those are some general comments, and I appreciate everybody's general comments. Over the next couple weeks, if things hit your mind or are important to you, just please send your staff an email, and I'll try and get it compiled and maybe send it back out. Since we're not voting on anything, I'm not super worried about anything. We're going to just try and make a presentation, but I am happy, though, if we do get to a point and somebody, we want to try and compile a resolution, but we'll have already kind of made our presentation. But the most important thing for me is the intergovernmental affairs is that no matter what my personal opinions are, is that I'm presenting kind of what the will of the body is towards the state legislature, and they understand, where we're at. So anybody else?
I look forward to receiving all of Councilman Jones's comments because we know they're going to come.
It's important. It's important. You got to. Look, we have these opportunities for fleeting amounts of years. You got to use it to do what you can. So, I'm not saying they're going to listen to us.
And they won't.
I don't know if our batting average is super stellar, but so. Dabney, thank you for being here. Colleagues, thank you for having the conversation, the discussion. Seeing no other business before this body. Oh, yes, ma'am. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. I know we said we were heading towards lunch. We still can on time. I would like to bring off the table the resolution of the Memphis City Council establishing the 2022 Redistricting Ad Hoc Committee.
Is there a second for that item? Second. It has been moved by Councilwoman Easter Thomas, seconded by Councilman Jones. The motion to bring it off the table is now on the table. So just from a parliamentary standpoint, this is a motion to bring it back for discussion. So right now, the discussion at hand is whether it should be brought off the table, and needs 7 votes to bring it off the table when debate has ended. So Councilwoman East Thomas, do you want to?
So are we voting to go ahead and bring it off the table for discussion now?
So the motion that's made is the motion to bring it off the table. So the debate is, I guess for you, the question would be, why bring it off the table?
Bringing this off the table because we tabled it because of a shortened timeline for discussion, as we had a lot of other items on the agenda that day. I think we had the pipeline folks there, MLGW, come up and give a discussion, and we wanted to have more time for more clarity and comprehension and just conversation among colleagues about this topic. So that's why I tabled it, so we will be able to bring it back up for discussion before a decision by everyone. So I would like to bring this off the table for discussion purposes.
Yes, Councilwoman Johnson?
For discussion, that's.
For discussion.
Okay.
Anybody else? All right. So we're going to.
The vote that we're taking now is decide whether or not we're going to take it off the table. It's already off the table.
It's not off the table. She is moving to bring it off the table. So
for discussion.
Once it's on the floor, anything happens. So,
Okay.
So yes. So right now it's whether or not you even want to bring it off the table. So do we want to go ahead and do that vote?
For discussion.
Right.
Mr. Chair, just
Councilman Morgan.
Yeah, point of procedure. We can discuss anything we like in committee. I'm not sure the committee can bring something off the table that the full council put on the table.
It was never tabled
council.
in the full council. It was tabled in committee.
Okay.
So, and honestly, because it was a committee vote, I'm not even sure it really is on the table or off the table, to be frank. So let's just go ahead and do this. I'm going to make a vote. We're going to call a vote. This is to bring it off the table, and then we'll have discussion on the item itself. So all those in favor of bringing, I wish I had the resolution in front of me, the ad hoc redistricting committee resolution. Close enough? Yes. All right. Oh, thank you. Man. All right. This is a motion to bring a resolution of the Memphis City Council establishing the 2022 redistricting ad hoc committee off the table. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Nay. The ayes have it. So it is now off the table. I'm not sure Parliament was. Let's get a motion in a second to bring it, now that, it's off the table. So now it is open for discussion. All right.
Thank you, Chair.
I'm just going to make this up as I go along.
It takes a team.
Yeah.
So Mr. Whitney is passing back the original with no changes for the third time, a resolution of the Memphis City Council establishing the 2022 redistricting ad hoc committee. Thank you, Councilor Wade, for also being present for this time again as well for this discussion. Colleagues, I'm bringing this back off the table so that depends on after this discussion, we'll be able to represent this resolution for a vote. We have not had a full chance to discuss any of the detailed processes or supposed outcomes that would come from the redistricting process. We have gotten some information about dates and timelines from our council. However, I'm representing this for the reason of transparency and also education along with the community, along with ourselves, so that we can fully understand in the way that our districts are being remapped, if they do have any changes or if they don't. But the purpose of this resolution is to support the transparency of the process as it is done. It is not to change or alter the process in any way. It is not to add individuals who may vote outside of this 13-member committee. This resolution is also not asking for a new entity to redraw our maps. This resolution is simply asking for the publication of our committee and the process in which we do this before we get to a final map that is presented to the public. As we briefly discussed when we brought up this in 2 council meetings ago, in October, is that typically after this process happens, the maps are presented publicly for comment. However, sometimes you like to see how a process is done before you get to the final product. Key example of that, I think we all voted for the sponsorship and the administration of the civic engagement. This is also a part of civic engagement. Having our citizens as well as ourselves, because I don't think anybody up here, or it's not sitting here, has gone through redistricting process. So education and engagement of citizens as well as ourselves in this process, as well as just seeing how it goes. So I will say that after deliberation on the resolution towards the bottom, section 2, if this does go forward, seeing if that would need to be removed. Maybe this can be a committee that we can hear on council days and that can also meet outside of council. However, my push is for this process to be transparent and for people to have a way to engage along with the process as it happens instead of seeing the finished product at the end. We have to make sure that we are representatives that lets our constituents know that government is not something that happens to them, but something that happens along with them. And this is just an opportunity for us to do that. I noted a lot of commentary and concerns from our last before we tabled it, and those are definitely valid, but I wanted to make sure of what folks understood what this resolution was not. And I will repeat again, for those especially watching, this resolution is not to change the process at all. This resolution is not to add anyone new to the process. This resolution is not to identify anyone further to do the process that hasn't done it on our side before. This resolution is simply to keep the citizens as well as ourselves engaged in how this works before the final map hits the public. I'm still in discussion. I haven't put the resolution up, but I just want to preface it with that.
That's on the floor. That's on the floor. Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought about the fact that we just graduated the institute. I might be incorrect in leading it off with the institute, but Academy of Civic Engagement.
I want to make sure it got on the record. Memphis Academy of Civic Engagement.
So, to me, this falls right in line with that. One of the other things to think about, colleagues, is that with the election taking place in 2019, there is nobody that will be on this council that will be part of the next redistricting process, because we're talking about 8 years of 2 terms. And so that's why I think that it is vitally important for our public to know what this process is and to make it a transparent process in doing so. So that's why I'm supporting this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. Anybody else? I see Councilman. All right, hold on. All right, I'm going to go Morgan, Warren, and that's all. Finger down. Morgan, Warren, and Johnson. It's going to be the batting lineup.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Much more reassured if, as Councilman Easter Thomas said, the process isn't going to deviate all that greatly from what we've done in the past, because I think what we have now is a fair representation on the council, and I'd be afraid of, either way, just the nature of this thing is partisan interests begin to infect and invade other people's redistricting processes. It happens at the state, it happens at local levels as well. And I think what we've got now is a fair and good map. And so I don't know, we've kind of already gone over the process in past weeks. So I don't know what there is when we talk about showing the process to the public, other than it's just a math equation. We'll put up the 7 districts, the 2 super districts. We'll show what the numbers are in each. We'll put up all the voting precincts and show what the numbers are in each. And we'll shift one precinct over to a district based on population and geography and kind of make sense. But if the map is good as is in terms of the representation that it brings from the community to this body, we're going to try to make as few changes as possible. So it's going to be very little to the process. There might be an edit here or edit there, but many districts are going to be left completely alone. So if that's interesting, we can wheel in a whiteboard in here and kind of draw it up. But it was almost already entirely explained in the past few meetings by Counselor Wade, and that's essentially it. I mean, we've almost already done the work of the ad hoc committee, especially if no other council member, as Councilman Easter Thomas said, would be proposing a competing map or anything like that. We're just waiting for the final product. And they can go back and watch the video from 2 weeks ago to see how the process was.
Thank you, Councilman Morgan. Councilman Dr. Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess my question is for Councilor Wade, and I'm primarily asking this question so people who are out there looking at the redistricting, do we have to have this redistricting done now because it's we just had the census, or is this redistricting due prior to our next election, which is in 2023, right? So I'm wondering, when do these maps need to be drawn? Because we're wanting them to be, I guess, appropriately populated in each district.
The target for us.
Alan, would you mind?
The target for us is somewhere around February of 2023. That gives enough time for the public to understand it, for potential candidates to understand it, and I think it depends on, I think the cutoff for qualifying petitions is a month or two after that date. So we don't have to do anything before that date. And really we can't do anything right now because the General Assembly may be moving census blocks around between precincts between now and the end of January. And that's why the Election Commission is having these candidate meetings, because they're in a conundrum, because they have these districts that the county commission drew, but they may change at the end of January, and people may be qualifying for one position and they may not be in that district anymore. So it's what the county commission, they had to do it because they had to have something preliminary for people to do. We don't have to do anything.
So I guess the question I have is, I think this is a great idea to have people, understand the districting situation, provide public comment and things along that line. But it seems to me like we're way early to be establishing this type of ad hoc committee if we're not going to really be presenting anything or having anything that needs to be done until 2023. So I don't know the right way to proceed other than say, I'm for the concept, but I think we need to introduce the concept at the time we're actually going to be having something done. And we may be a little bit early to be pushing it right now. We may want to keep it, maybe instead of put it on the table, just withdraw the motion at this point, or withdraw the resolution and then bring it back as we get closer to the time when we're actually going to be doing the districting or any district changes that have to be done. Does that make sense as far as what you're going to be doing?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what we would be doing before that because, until I can really get definitive numbers, I can't do anything, really. And, the other problem, let's just look at what transpired across the street. Basically, they went for transparency. They had paid consultants to present some maps to them. They had a couple of public sessions, but those things were mostly show. They didn't get into any detail. There was no civic engagement. There was really no definitive proposal considered by the public until they did first reading. And then you had multiple different things after that. And so I think the public process gives you plenty of transparency, and you have the ability to delay ordinances before you adopt them. I can go through our agenda tonight and look at a number of different ordinances. Why don't we do all that the same way? You want to get into my mind about how I'm drafting this, that, and the other before I can make a recommendation to you. I mean, I don't know how you do that, but that's kind of what you're asking to be done. I mean, I'll be like laboring over numbers, and I'll be running things, and you want me to do that in the public domain? That's ridiculous. I mean, I'm trying to add numbers and move this and add that and subtract this and get a good feel for where we are. Until I get a good handle on it, I can't discuss anything. And then the other problem is I'm a lawyer. Okay, I represent you. I've gone through this redistricting process in '95 when it was litigated. It's the result of a consent decree. And every council member had the right to have their own lawyer, right? And you have that right now. So any district council member has the right to have their own lawyer, and they have the right to call me up individually and say, will you meet with me privately? And I'll do it, okay? And I'm obligated to do it. That's not in the transparency. So, I mean, and I want to address something you mentioned the other meeting that we had about why a super district council member may have more keen of an interest in this than a district. But remember, you are, let's just say we're counting beans. So we're going to count beans in the public. That's kind of what y'all want me to do. So if you have right now 3 districts that have, one has 3 beans, one has 1 bean, and another one has 2 beans. So they're unequal. The district people have an interest in what beans are moved between them because it affects their position. But the super district, you still are champion of all 6 beans, no matter how they're configured. So they have a more keen interest in saying whether a bean gets moved here or moved there. And some people may not want to do it in the public. They may want to talk to me privately, and I'm going to talk to them, okay? I'm going to get input from everybody, and I would love to have it from the public too if they want to give it to us. But what my experience has been is as soon as we put it on the table, it becomes super partisan. Your potential opposition comes in and wants things moved and want to beat their chest about how you're a bad council member, and it becomes a diversion against trying to just count beans. That's all I'm doing is counting beans. So if you want to do that in the public, I'll bring the beans in there and we'll move them all around, okay? And I'm sorry to be...
Well, Mr. Chair, I think the issue for public is this is an educational thing for people to understand exactly how these are drawn up. And in my mind, having the public there to understand what Councilor Wade has just said or to look at it makes sense. And I'm hoping they're listening now so it makes some more sense. I don't think everyone will hear this. So having the committee there or having this ad hoc committee that maybe just meets and understands where we're going in the future may be of value. But I think we're too early now is the main point I wanted people to understand, because we're not going to be doing anything for a while.
A possible solution. When you receive a report from me, you will receive a booklet. And that booklet will have a map of District 1. And that map will have within it all of the enumerated wards and precincts within that district. Then you will have attached a schedule of numbers, and it will have all of the wards and precincts, and it will have total population, black population, white population, other population. Then you'll have election commission information about registered voters. That information will give anybody the pieces to the puzzle of how it is configured and what can be moved and what can't be moved. So I think at that point, I would then sit down and go through that meticulously with you in probably a special session. And I don't have a problem doing it before some ad hoc committee, but I think that's the limit of it. And then we can entertain their comments if any of it makes sense and it's not just political rancor about how Edmund Ford Sr. is an ass or whatever, you know, if that's what it digresses to, if that's what is going to happen, I'm just telling you, that's my experience. And then we entertain any valid comments. I come back and entertain those. I present those to you, and then I present, there were these potential other options presented. You can decide whether you want to incorporate them or not. And then we go through 3 readings. We can have multiple sessions before final reading. And I think that's going to be more than enough transparency, in my humble opinion.
Thank you, Thank you, Councilman Warren. I've got Councilwoman Johnson and then Councilman Smiley, and then we'll go to Jones and Easter Thomas.
Okay, thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. I too think this is an opportunity to educate the general public in regards to a serious process, as stated, that will only occur every 10 years. One of the main problems we're having with our general citizens is a lack of understanding about processes, how things are done. It's apparent that Councilor Wade has an idea in his mind exactly how it should be done. But I don't know if everybody understands the process. You can talk pretty fast in some settings, and it could be assumed that people understand. Okay. So what I would suggest is that, is it possible for you to give us a good outline on what you're proposing to do? And after we receive that outline, if we want to allow you to make a presentation, and then maybe this ad hoc committee can be added, as you suggested, to review that if we're not pleased with it. I'm concerned, you know, to take it back to the beginning. Right now, if you look at the district, they basically go down vertical, okay? Why didn't it go horizontal? Those are the type of questions I think needs to still be addressed. How did we actually get to the original 7 districts versus what we have today? And I think if we explain that to the general public, they will understand it a little bit better. But I do think it's an educational period that we need to take the time and provide the data and information that the citizens are asking for. You know, we have nothing to lose by making it transparent. I think in one way it appears to be complicated, but probably it's more simpler than we actually realize once you have all the data on the table and you start putting the puzzle together. So those are my suggestions, that we first get a good outline from you and go from there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Smiley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A lot of my initial thoughts were essentially, I guess, spoke for by Councilwoman Johnson. So I would defer to Councilwoman Easter Thomas, and I'll reserve my remaining remarks for after Councilwoman Easter Thomas's remarks.
Councilman Jones, I have you in the queue first. Would you like to defer to the sponsor, or would you like to make your remarks?
I'd like to make my remarks, please.
Councilman, the floor is yours.
Thank you. One of the things that I think about in this process is still going back to the transparency. I don't think that my meeting with you and getting my input, or my giving my input to you, Mr. Wade, is transparency. But from what was outlined to me, that's the way that things have been done in the past. And so our going about this front to do so, I think is lending itself towards more transparency. Now, remind me again, you know, I know that this takes place basically at the same time that a census has been done. But you mentioned to me that there was a need for one within that period of time that was based upon annexation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
In 15.
Right. So here's my thing. We've had de-annexation since that period of time. So it's important for me as a whole to realize, okay, well, we're advocating and representing. Right now, we have district lines for people who, based upon district line, who are no longer represented by us. And so from the standpoint, I would think that the soonest, the fact that we will get some differences based upon what the General Assembly does in January, let's say late January 22, I don't see nothing wrong with us starting then. But for me, it's important to know that because it would make sense, it seems logical that because if we do this to address annexation, we shouldn't wait till 2023 when we know that we've had de-annexation that will impact this. We've had population loss. To me, that's important. Now, I know that the census is based upon black, white, other. Memphis, based upon this, we have no Hispanic representation and I understand that
that's just there.
Decree.
That number is there, but Hispanic is not a race.
I get that, Mr. Wade, but the point
we have the numbers on that, and that will be in your package.
Right. So what I'm saying is that still to have that discussion, if we look at it right now, Mr. Morgan made the comment about fairness. Well, if anything, there's an over-representation of whites on this council as it is right now. If we look at the percentage of people that make up Memphis right now, if we were to do it right now. So that's why I think these discussions need to be transparent, need to take place in the open, and I don't see what we lose by having these discussions in January versus waiting to 2023.
Yeah, I hear you. And I think the issue is not transparency. We are transparent. We can't adopt an ordinance without being transparent. The question is, how do you implement transparency beyond that?
Gotcha. That's it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, colleagues, for definitely weighing in on this discussion. And this is very helping me to just be more knowledgeable on how you're approaching looking at this resolution. I did want to address some items said by you all to see if it would help your understanding or agreeance for this resolution. I do, now that we have that statement said by Attorney Wade, Councilman Warren, what you said about it possibly being too early, I do understand that. I am willing to change the date on this resolution so that it can be 2022 to 2023. That way, if we are able to vote it in as an ad hoc committee, that it can already be done and I don't have to bring this back for a fourth or fifth time. And we can just have it there and then we can just move on and proceed from that. Also, I do appreciate you all seeing the viewpoint of that this is from an educational standpoint of transparency. And I think to say that wanting that this is ridiculous to want this is pretty disrespectful to the citizenry, as well as the colleagues sitting up here. We discuss a lot of items in detail in committee all day. That's what we're here for. That's why we came in at 8 a.m. today and sometimes 7:30 a.m. on others to make sure that we're transparent and that our constituency can understand. From a few of you all, what you said, Councilman Jones, Councilman Johnson, and Councilman Warren, understanding that we don't have anything to lose from our public knowing what's going on. This is a democratic city, as well as in a nation, and definitely don't want this to be as something that we're comparing ourselves to our colleagues across the street. This was not done because Shelby County put theirs in. I put this in because we need our citizenry to be educated and to be aware. And I'm sure you all are aware of my education background and also history and political science and government. So being able to let folks know about our processes, about what we do, about how we represent them before we get to that final stage. If it is not a lot of work, that sounds like it's not a lot of committee meetings. I mean, that shouldn't be a thwart to being able to have this as a public process for folks to witness and for people to understand something that only happens every decade. If the census blocks are changing and we are starting later, then that seems as though we have something to look forward to towards the end of our tenure on this term of council. But to say that what we have and what we're going to get are pieces to a puzzle, we weren't elected to have our constituents put together a puzzle. We're here to make sure that we're making things as clear and as vibrantly knowledgeable and educated for them as possible. And I think that this resolution is a great way to add to our already preliminary efforts in other areas to make sure that the people we represent know that we want them to know what's going on as well. And if we've already done all the work, then the map should already be here. So obviously we haven't done that through that process yet. So having this ad hoc committee, as I said, I am willing to change certain sections on here, as I pointed out, section 2. So if we're not meeting on council days, then we wouldn't need that. But the same way as we can call a special session, the same way we can have this as an ad hoc committee to make sure that, once again, folks, this is about education and transparency. And like I said, I appreciate Councilwoman Johnson, Councilman Jones, and Councilman Warren understanding that purpose of this resolution. And I also, once again, hear that you're saying it may be too early, but if we go ahead and get it done now, and then we just wait until we need to call a session for this committee, then we'll already have it done, and we don't have to bring this discussion back off the table again, and we can make sure we get to lunch on time. So Councilman Smiley, I think you had comments, and I am definitely open to answering any questions, but after Smiley comments, I will be moving this resolution.
All right, it's already on the floor. It's already, so for what that's
I didn't put it for, we're gonna do it for discussion.
When you took it off the table, it's on the floor.
Even better.
Yeah, so it's already on the floor, which is good news. All right. Smiley, I'm gonna get you in just a second, but I haven't had a chance to make comments, so.
I'm feeling slighted over here.
I'm the only one who hasn't said anything. Me and Councilman Ford and Canale, please, and also please let the record reflect that Councilwoman Swearingen is present. First off, Bill Dries, welcome back. Hadn't seen you in a bit. Been stuck with Hardiman for a while now. Just out here grinding. I love you both. We love you both. Switching gears back to the matter at hand. So for me, I guess I think I understand. I hear two themes: transparency and education. On the education front, whether people show up or not, we'll see. It's been my experience. It's the same kind of group of people, and that's fine. It doesn't mean we shouldn't put the information out there for those that want to engage in it. The question is what is that information, and quote, what is the process? I'm not sure that requires several meetings, because Councilor Wade has been here now, I think 3 times, to pretty much explain his process, which is to sit down with the census numbers and balance the data per the consent order, right? And so if he has to draft a memo to put on the council website, I think that pretty much suffices for what that looks like. If you're asking Councilor Wade to sit in a meeting and answer questions from the general public, you're gonna have to see if he's willing to do that, to be frankly honest, because there's not a single person on this body that can answer a lot of those questions, because it's pretty much the same response over. This is the process. This is the process. There's no magic trick. We're not creating districts out of the ether. If it's a history lesson on how we went from a board of commissioners, to a Memphis City Council in the late 60s, you can ask Dries or Jimmy Ogles about the history of the Memphis City Council. But the point is I don't know how much, when you talk about education, I don't understand if you're trying to explain to the 23 people that are going to show up the evolution of our council districts and the consent order into today. That can probably be done in a 3-minute video that's posted online. If we still want to move forward, and on the transparency side, to the point, and I see Commissioner Ford, I won't ask him to come up here, but I watched a lot of those meetings, and it's exactly about the process we're going to follow. The consultants went behind closed doors, they crunched a bunch of numbers, and they presented 4 or 5 options for maps on the table. And then even with that, it was amended at the last minute, on the last day in a special session. So my point is I don't really understand the difference of what their process was and what we're really trying to get at when we say transparency, because it's still someone coming forward, whether it's Attorney Wade or a third party, with a map or 85 versions of a map, or the general public. There's no reason that I couldn't, I see Attorney Bolton over there, former Commissioner Bolton.
that he couldn't present a map to Councilman Smiley, and Councilman Smiley put that map down on the floor as an amended substitute. All of those are permissible. So it's really back to the heart of like, if the purpose is education, it's about just putting the information out there in a place where people can go see it. If it's supposed to be interactive, you got to tell me who's going to be answering a lot of those questions to the public, or those that at least show up, and when and how they're going to do it. Because I don't have the ability. I don't know. Like, I don't know anything about it. And then lastly, as far as a special committee, I personally don't know that we need an entire separate committee of the whole when we probably could just do this in our regular agendas. But I do understand Councilwoman Easter Thomas's point that sometimes our agendas get overloaded, and I would say that that's because we probably put some things on there that wouldn't go down to like the core of what the council should be doing with its very precious time on Tuesdays, but it doesn't change the fact that it's still how we do business. So that's about the only reason that I could get on board with the need of an additional committee of the whole versus just saying Attorney Wade is going to present his findings at a regularly scheduled council agenda, and it can be an executive for all I care. Doesn't have to be in person or government affairs. I really, doesn't matter. It can be transportation. But no matter what happens, ultimately, whether it's at the ad hoc committee, the process is probably going to go like this. Attorney Wade's going to crunch numbers. He's going to present a map and explain how he did it, and we're either going to change a district or a precinct or not. I mean, there's no other special sauce to it. Am I missing? Yeah, am I missing something?
Exactly what it is.
I mean, that's the process. So, I mean, this idea that we need to educate the public, they can go and look at the last 5 meetings we've talked about this on YouTube and know exactly what we're doing. So, I don't want to say I'm indifferent. This just seems like a waste of time. While I appreciate the spirit of it, this is our process. I mean, a good example is the right-of-way. Transparency, great. We put a document out there over 6 weeks, 3 separate meetings and a hold. We got public input because we were able to hold the ordinance. This is exactly that. We're going to put a map out there. People are going to have time to give public input at meetings on the map. And if we're uncomfortable that the public's buy-in is not there, well, you just hold or amend that ordinance. So again, I'm not trying to discount your effort or your spirit. It just is a matter of time management, and our process for transparency and education is already in place. This is an extra, in my opinion, unnecessary add-on. To say no, and the headline's going to say council members or certain council members opposed to ad hoc committee on redistricting because they're gerrymandering. And my point is we're not gerrymandering. The process is already in place. We're going to present publicly at first reading or even at a committee before first reading what the findings were and what the process were. And if they disagree with that, they have plenty of ample opportunity through 3 readings to weigh in on it. So I think I'm probably a no vote, but I'm all about transparency. I just think that we already have these processes built into the city council's normal, ordinary course of business. And so this is just kind of, I think, a showpiece, and I'm not trying to slight the sponsor by any stretch of the imagination. This is just a showpiece to say we're serious about redistricting, that we had to form our own committee when we know as members of this body, our process is already in place for transparency and public education. With that, I will yield the floor to Councilman Smiley, and I'm sure Easter Thomas probably has some closing remarks as well. Councilman Smiley, the floor is yours.
I would also think Councilman Canale and Councilwoman Johnson would like to have a few remarks as well. And I'm going to be brief, and, all the time I'm not as brief as I need to be. I think, I'm always for transparency. I think it might be the only issue that Councilman Morgan and I agree on, which is transparency. One of the reasons, and I'm also in support of educating the public. It's one of the reasons, I thought to create the Memphis Academy of Civic Engagement. And, I'm in support of this resolution, the spirit of the resolution, because it does give the public some understanding of how redistricting occurs. And I'm just trying to figure out, and I think this is where we are here. Attorney Wade is going to do what he does best, which is make sure he advocates for this body. He's going to come up with the numbers, and he's going to provide us with a booklet that kind of explains his process. And I think And I know Councilwoman Easter Thomas will correct me if I'm wrong. I think what Councilwoman Easter Thomas is wanting to happen is with this ad hoc committee of a whole, Attorney Wade come before the ad hoc committee and walk us step by step how he came up with, and Amber Alerts are going off for everybody.
At least it's not an Hawaii situation.
At least it's, okay. It seems that what Councilwoman Easter Thomas is wanting to happen is Attorney Wade comes back before the ad hoc committee, assuming that we vote to establish an ad hoc committee, and kind of present step by step how he came up with these redistricting numbers. Is that correct, Councilwoman Easter Thomas? I believe that's where we are.
Did you hear that?
That is that what you're requesting, Councilwoman Easter Thomas? That after Attorney Wade comes up with, I guess, the initial map, he comes back and presents to the ad hoc committee step by step how he came up with the numbers, and that way it's done in a very public format, as opposed to us looking at the booklet and saying, okay, we like this or we don't like this. Is that what you're requesting?
That's a good summary.
Okay, so I think, I'm not necessarily sure if that's where we are, we need an ad hoc committee, but, if you want an ad hoc committee, I am, I will vote for this, because I think it's something that we're going to do anyway. The difficulty of it is council members bringing the entire committee back for something that they are probably already comfortable with would be tough. I'm not necessarily sure you need an ad hoc committee as of a whole. I'm just not really sure right now. It seems to be a little bit redundant, to be honest with you, especially if this is where we're going to go. But if you want to push forward, I will support it, because there's nothing wrong with a process that's making something that we're doing anyway more public. But it seems to be a little redundant from the standpoint of he's going to present us all of this information, and we're going to do it in a committee where the citizens can chime in and will have ample opportunity to make some changes. But if you want to push forward with it, I will support it. But, what I would encourage you to just think, how repetitive it seems. And with that, I defer to my other council members.
Thank you, Councilman Smiley. I think I'm about where you are. Councilman Canale, because Councilwoman Johnson spoke. So Councilman Canale and then Councilwoman Johnson, and we've got 10 minutes, and then I'm cutting it off. I told the sponsor we'd be on lunch on time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. This is a comment on behalf of what Councilman Jones said, that there's an overrepresentation of white people in this body. If you're registered to vote in this city, I believe you can vote for whoever you want in a city election. For me, it was the citizens of Super District 9. They had a choice, and they put me in this seat. I didn't put myself in this seat. So I'm confused that it's a prerequisite. The color of your skin is who you represent. I've got a very diverse group in Super District 9. So that's a very puzzling statement to me, to say that race has anything to do with representation on this body. Because the voters had a choice, and they made a choice for each one of us and the mayor. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councilwoman Johnson?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Just as I think it would be important for Councilor Wade to outline the particulars of what he will be doing in order to present his recommendation in regards to the redistricting. I would also ask that before we agree to the ad hoc committee, let's outline exactly what you want the ad hoc committee to do as a result. And maybe we may be a little bit premature to go forward with it today. Let's figure out exactly what we would think the ad hoc committee can make. Now, the other question I like to throw out there to you, when so many people have a question about transparency and education, are you telling me it's only one way that this redistricting can be done?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so if you got more than one way, then we need to make sure we have truly evaluated the situation, and it needs to be transparent.
You would overly complicate the issue if
I
you try
understand,
to do that.
but what I'm trying to say is why some people question the transparency, the education. If there's only one way, no problem. But when you could possibly get more than one way to do something, let's make sure we go through a process and to assure the public we've done the best that we can do
Let
with
me
it.
point out something, and what I will present to you in my outline is to make as few changes as possible. Now, if you want to do it differently and have wholesale changes, that you want my process, that's my process.
Okay,
People can weigh in and say they want it upside down, inside out. I don't care.
I'm not here. I'm not the expert on that particular issue. All I'm saying is when you're talking about transparency and education, you do it because you have other options. And we want to ensure the public we have done the best we can do with the information we have available and with the expertise that we have. That's all I'm saying. So let's stay focused on why people are asking for transparency in education. Thank you.
We can go either way. Councilman Ford, did you want to say something, sir?
Yeah.
Councilman Ford, you have the floor. Just, he hasn't been the queue.
I really didn't want to say something, but I think I need to say something, okay? First of all, I think we need to hold this. We won't table it this time, hold it to next year. I hope you do that, okay? I got to go back with what Councilman Canales said. Councilman Jones, that was bad what you said. Because I keep trying to tell people this is not a black-white issue, okay? You can make it a black-white issue if you want to. You know, Counselor, yeah, I'm an ass. But you know,
I wouldn't say that.
But no, you. Hey, what you said was a good thing for me. Okay, not a bad thing. You know, because some have said it after the fact. But you know, they need to still wake up and smell the coffee because first of all, it's not a black-white thing. You brought black and white in here. Councilman Jones, you did that. That was not good. You need to apologize to my white colleagues here, okay? When it comes to district, my district changed. Mine was really the only one that changed. I got more white voters than anyone. And when it boils down, you know, my last election, everybody was against me. Okay? They didn't want me to win at all. I had 6 people in the race, everything else, and I took downtown. I had more whites put in my district, whereas nobody else's district changed. But I had everybody to talk about me, you know, really said some things that they shouldn't have said, but you know what I did? I kind of walked my district that they gave me. Black, white, didn't make no difference in color. As these others, every time they opened their mouth, they had something negative to say. But if you look at the numbers that I won back, because everybody knew it was going to be a runoff, oh no, wasn't no runoff. Okay? I got more votes than the mayor. Then you get on Facebook and everything else crying. Where the hell do you get all them damn votes from? That's what they did. I had nobody give me campaign contributions, in which I really didn't care about no campaign contribution because they were trying their best to defeat me, okay? I served on the council before, okay? What I did on the council before is what I do today, okay? That's why it didn't make no difference about white vote, black vote. Okay, that's why I said, Councilman Jones, you need to apologize because you want to run for a seat and you need the white vote and the black vote. I don't mind saying that. A few others on here got to do the same thing. So think about it, you know, and if you want to say something, yeah, we got a white mayor. We got a white congressman. District 9, black district. Okay? You had Al Sharpton come to our city. And the statement that he made, how the hell y'all got a white man representing you in a black district? But he's been there for quite a while, hasn't he? Maybe, you know, when you come about color, you know, and they can put this on the record. You got a county mayor, and I ain't scared of him, okay, because there's nothing he can do. Bad news. Worst person we've ever had in our life, okay? Few others, because it's only about what they want, and after they get what they want, they don't care about people, black, white, blue, or green. It don't make no difference, okay? So, you know, it kind of bothered me what you said. You know, I'm not a prejudiced person, but, oh Lord, you know, that's why, please hold this, because it's gonna bite us in the end if we don't, because are we in a hurry? We're not in a hurry. Why are you in a hurry? Why are you in a hurry? You know, why are we in a hurry? Every time you get in a hurry, hey, it bites us afterwards. So I'm just, hey.
Councilman Ford, is that a motion?
That's a motion to hold it.
Is there a second?
Not to table it, to hold it to the first of the year. Let's come back and let's revisit. That'll give council Wade opportunity to get some other data. Come back to us. Then we can bring it. Then we can pass it. Because I don't have a problem with ad hoc. I think it's not the right time. Thank you. January, first meeting in January.
All right, colleagues, I have a motion to hold this item to the first meeting in January, which is January 4th, made by Councilman Ford, and a second by Chairman Colvette. I'll now open it up for discussion. I've got Councilwoman I've got Councilwoman Robinson that was before. Is this to the motion to hold? Colleagues, I have to let Councilwoman Robinson speak. I missed her in the queue, and that's my fault. And I know that's out of our parliamentary procedure, but out of courtesy and respect, I have to give her the opportunity to speak.
I just wanted to share that I have just sat here and listened to the debate and the conversation. Number one, Councilwoman Easter Thomas has outlined for us that we are a committee of the whole, so we do not have to have another committee because we already have a committee. We have a chair of the governmental whatever. We already have a chairman, so we don't have to do that. And she's willing to make those changes. The information for us, we don't need to do it now. So I do believe that our attorney can share with us when he'll be ready to and prepared to start the conversation. My only concern and desire in this whole process is that the council take this seriously, and we may need to have another day or afternoon and spend a couple of hours listening to what the recommendations may be and how we're going to move forward. Our meetings are always open to the public, so the public is always engaged. I don't see where we're trying to hide anything, but I do believe that we don't need to add any more bureaucracy to what we already have as a council. Councilman Jones placed it on the table many years ago. That's why we needed a committee of the whole for the council so that we could handle situations like this. We're just not used to coming on another day to talk about issues that come up that require a little more of our time. I just hope that moving forward, we will open up our minds and hearts to just spend a little more time and work with each other, and it doesn't have to be on Council Tuesday, because you're weighing us down on Council Tuesday. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Easter Thomas on the motion to hold.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Councilwoman Robinson, for your remarks. I think that what you spoke to is what I have in this resolution. So just to make sure that we're all, including Councilor Wade, are just clear on the intentions, I think that's where the verbiage of the resolution comes from. So as you said, and you alluded to a possibility of a few more hours, more intense detail, more robust conversation and discussion, so that we're clear and comprehensive on what the plan is moving forward, and then what it's going to look like as it produces maps and options. That's exactly what the intention of this resolution is. So I'm glad that you said that publicly. I am not opposed to a hold. However, I just want to, and like I said, I'm glad that we all engage in this conversation, because this is something that we should not take lightly, whether our maps are changing or not. I still think that it is a great opportunity for us to, one, understand what's going on. Obviously, a lot of people are saying different things, so we don't know the process. Everybody has different steps on what it looks like, so obviously we aren't as educated as we thought we were. So we may very well benefit from having this committee as well. So Councilman Ford, I'm not opposed to the hold. I just ask that when we do bring this back, because we're not in a hurry, so I do thank Attorney Wade for bringing those definite dates. So I'm not in a hurry. Definitely changing those dates on the resolution will be more clear of that, 2022 to 2022-2023. But just to make sure that when we do bring this back, that we are clear on the intention of this resolution, and not to downplay the intention as something that we don't need to do, when obviously all of us were up here saying different options for what we didn't know what was going on, because we never did it and we haven't done it at all. So just making sure that we're clear on the intention, to be clear on how we're representing our people, our citizenry in Memphis, our districts, and the city as a whole, and making sure that we promote transparency. And saying that we want transparency does not equate to someone not doing something right. It does not insinuate that there is anything to hide unless you say so. I didn't say it. Or in the resolution, I didn't allude to it as well. So bringing up transparency and just also the collaboration of all of us. And I don't think that anyone is above public engagement into what a process is for our full government. None of that is ridiculous. We are not handing our citizens pieces to a puzzle. And so when we bring this back in January, to be open and to be more willing to go ahead and vote this in, so that we do not have to bring it back for a fifth time. And obviously there is something to talk about, because we say this is the third time we've talked about this, and we've said every time, why are we talking about this? Well, obviously we got a lot to say. We have a lot of questions and we have a lot of input, and that's what it's about. As I said, this is a once in a decade engagement process, and I just want for that process to be one that our citizenry can engage in that with us, as none of us on this 13-member body are as knowledgeable as Attorney Wade. And he said to get in his mind. I think that sounds like a great idea. So as we vote to hold on this for January, I'm sorry.
Nothing.
Okay. As we vote to hold on this for January, as the motion of Councilman Ford, just keep that in mind, colleagues. So definitely wanted to be able to bring that back in the spirit of agreeing to move forward with transparency and collaboration.
All right.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilman Spine, I'm going to give you 30 seconds.
You know I need longer than 30 seconds. One, I would love to be in Councilman Attorney Wade's mind. There's years of legal experience that I can get paid for. Two, speaking specifically to the resolution to create the ad hoc committee, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, I would probably be submitting an amendment, a friendly amendment, to speak specifically to an educational component for the ad hoc committee. We have not been through the redistricting process. It wouldn't hurt for us to learn about it. And then the third one is, I mentioned, I think,
Councilman Carlisle mentioned as well, that it seems to be somewhat redundant as is, because the way it is, the committees right now go through this process. Going forward, I would love to see some specificity as it relates to the roles and the specific nature of what the ad hoc committee will do. But I would be submitting, I'd be submitting an amendment, speaking to the education.
Sounds like a collab moment.
Oh, I'm giving myself work.
All right,
I'm done.
colleagues, without objection, this item is held till the January
Nope. This I need my seat.
It's 1:16, and I call the Public Works, Solid Waste, General Service Committee to order. Dr. Keaton, please call roll.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Present. Chair Smiley.
I'm here. Let's roll. We have way too many items on the agenda today. We have 8 items on the agenda, starting with the first. A resolution requesting the approval of the sale of city-owned property known as 273 East Maryland Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee 38126, parcel ID number 01303300007 for $850, District 6, Super District, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion in a second?
Move it.
Moved by Jones. Please note that Councilman Jones is here. Seconded by Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Is there anyone here from the administration to speak to this item? Can we make sure the mic is on and speaking to the mic so the good folks on the internet can hear you?
Real estate coordinator.
One more time.
Push button. Yeah.
It's on, but yeah, there we go. No, it's on.
There we go. Ready to roll.
Hussey with the real estate department, right-of-way coordinator. We have a city-owned parcel that is, that a adjoining party wants to purchase, the adjoining property owner wants to purchase. And Sharon Thomas is here, and she's gonna give you the details on it.
Ms. Hussey, Ms. Thomas, thank you for joining us today.
Sharon Thomas, real estate tech, 125 North Main. Mr. McAllister is a adjoining property owner. He wants to purchase 273 East Maryland. He wants to extend his property line.
Okay, thank you. Any questions by any members of this body? All right, no questions from this body, so I'm assuming that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Item number 2, resolution transferring allocation and appropriation funds totaling $1.2 million from a completed general service project to CIP project number GS 01032 COMEM Phase 2 District 4 Super District 8 sponsored by the administration. There's also a request for same 9 minutes. Can I get a motion in a second?
So moved.
Moved by Warren.
Second.
Seconded by Jones. All right, Director.
Yes, Antonio Adams, Director of General Services, 125 North Main. As mentioned in the caption, this is a request to transfer appropriated funds out of a legacy cover line in which all projects in that cover line are now complete and we are ready to move into another project. The project, which is CMEM Phase 2, is the construction of our fleet maintenance building. Many of you all may recall that we sold that location over some years ago to St. Jude Hospital for their development or redevelopment of that area. This will replace that building in that area. We are under construction. However, because of compressed market prices, we now are in need of additional funds to cover the prefab metal building in which that will go on that location. So $1.2 million will cover our budget shortfall.
Dr. Warren, the floor is yours, good sir.
Thank you. Just 2 questions. One, is this at the Coca-Cola plant where this is going to be going in? Is this a different place?
This is a different place. This is actually over at Knight Arnold.
It's on Knight Arnold?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I guess the reason you need same night minutes for this, that it won't wait 2 weeks, is what?
Because this is under construction and under current construction, and what we need to do is actually order and purchase the prefab building.
And do you pay for that before it arrives?
No, sir. No, sir. We actually order it, but we are under current construction. So right now we are paying for construction as we go along.
Okay.
And so,
and you're out of construction funds?
No, sir. We're not out of construction funds.
I'm still trying to get to the same night minute prop thing.
So right now, this actually helps us secure the order itself. And so at this particular point, that's what
if you didn't have the money in the bank, they wouldn't ship it to you?
No, sir, they would not.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, what they asked us to do initially is to pre-purchase, and we don't do that. So at this particular point, this is what we're dealing with.
Thank you.
Looking to my left, looking to my right, it appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, it's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Item number 3, resolution to transfer $901,000 appropriated funding for the several completed general service projects to a CIP project number CD01101, Raleigh Vehicle Repair Shop, District 1, Super District 9, sponsored by the administration. There's a request for same night minutes. Director.
Okay, again, this is, I'm sorry.
Moved by Warren. Second. Seconded by Jones. Director.
All right. Again, these are projects in which we've completed, and we are prepared to close these projects and reallocate these appropriated funds in this particular project. Again, as you may recall, this is the last part of the Raleigh Center project. It was under design. We've gone through Land Use Control Board. Design is complete, but it has actually come in underfunded, and this is underfunded primarily because of the prefab steel situation. So we've consulted with our consultants, and they've given us this estimate as far as the prefab steel building. Again, this particular building replaces the North Precinct shop and the West Precinct shop, which is 1925 Union Avenue. The urgency in this particular instance is to actually go ahead and show that we have the funding available and that we can secure the building. Right now, we have a lead time of 16 to 18 months, and a lot of the manufacturers are not moving forward with the orders unless we can show that we do have the financial ability to pay. Many are asking us to pay in advance for these, and that is not our policy. So we want to make sure that we can at least show that the money is there and we have the ability to spend.
All right, looking to my left, looking to my right, it appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, it's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Item number 4, resolution transferring allocation appropriating funding totaling $94,345, completed general service project to CIP project GS 20102, major mod, electric, District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. Request for same 9 minutes. Motion and second. Moved by Warren, seconded by Jones. Director.
All right. Similar to the other projects, we do have one project that we've been able to complete and close. And with this funding, we will reallocate to another project in which we have that's coming in underfunded. We have bid this particular project twice. We've gone back and value engineered, and each time we are over budget. So this particular project itself, the immediacy or urgency is because we have bidders that are just waiting for us to award the bid. We just need the money. We've understood that we're just not going to make the original budget, and a lot of this is because of our cost of materials. The cost of material increases.
All right. It seems like most of these projects,
yes, sir,
we've redone. We need the money so we can get it completed.
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. Appears all hearts. Councilman Jones, the floor is yours. Good, sir.
Director,
yes, sir.
I guess probably going forward, I don't know how much of a common theme this is going to be, but can you sort of talk about, give us a greater overview of what you expect overages to be in some of the projects that we're having right now? Because I seem to have heard it a couple times here.
Yes, sir. So to your original request that came several months ago, what we are doing is we're putting together our future years CIP projects such that we can identify when we have to purchase what the specific amounts will be per trade. For instance, in prefab steel, we are seeing a 25% increase. In some plumbing fixtures, we are seeing 15% increases. So what we're trying to do is identify all the projects, prioritize those in each fiscal year, and then identify what we're looking like. The one thing that I don't want to do is over request as far as the money, and then there are other priorities that don't get the funding as they need. But then most importantly, we want to make sure that we accurately make the request in the fiscal year, and then, of course, allow the market to start resetting itself, which we do, and I believe that it definitely will. Now, the reset may be that our prices are just going to be permanently increased, but we'll know, and we won't have the same volatility in the market as we do now.
Okay. Well, I appreciate those remarks and comments, but we don't necessarily have to look out 2-3 years or even to the next fiscal year. I'm just sort of thinking about, I'm concerned about how locked in we are to prices and projects that we've already approved that may be already taking place.
Yes, sir.
There could be a number of them that we're locked in, but I'm concerned that there could be others where we're not, but we can be looking at the final cost of these things being 10, 15, 20%. I just happen to be looking at my email here, and I use this service that puts different articles out there. And one of them that I just happened to, I didn't read, but glance, talked about some of the drivers of inflation. And one of them, it said car rentals. And so just hearing you talk about construction, I'm thinking about, hey, when we look at budget next year, we know that generally car prices are going to be up. So I'm just looking at things just as whether this is some people may say we're in a temporary inflationary environment. Some saying that we may be in a more protracted inflationary environment, but that's going to have budgetary implications. And I just sort of want an idea of where we are now versus, now, and then anticipating the next fiscal year for these things. But more importantly now.
So what I can do for the projects and general services, I can provide you that information. Okay. One of the things that we do whenever we go over budget is we actually have someone else independently review that particular project, our budgeted cost, so that we make sure that we're not a victim of gouging. And that is true. That's some things that we have understood that's the case as far as gouging. And I'll say this, for instance, the original cost of the prefab steel building on the previous project came in way above what the rest of the market has responded to us. So I'll make sure that we give you those accurate numbers as to what we project current year and then upcoming budget.
Great. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. If we had a question, can we please show that Councilwoman Johnson, Councilman Ford, and Councilwoman Vice Chairwoman Swearinger present today? Also, there was an inquiry. I know that we're going to back up a little bit. There was an inquiry related specifically to item number 2 and noted that it's in District 4. Could you explain why District 4 is noted?
Why
District 4 is noted in item number 2.
Oh, that may just be an oversight. It's for, and then this is the Raleigh vehicle maintenance.
No, one before that. Item 2. Code Memphis Phase 2.
Oh, it's that was just an oversight. This is actually in Councilwoman Swearinger's district.
That's 4.
That's 4. Okay. Yeah, it's in Knight Arnold. It's Knight Arnold.
So what?
It is the second phase of that entire build out. If you may recall, we relocated property maintenance, and it's currently on Knight Arnold now. It's the old Walter Simmons project, housing projects, and we've redeveloped that particular area. So we have property maintenance currently there now, and the second phase would be the relocate fleet maintenance.
So you're relocating it from that property?
We're relocating it from St. Jude to Knight Arnold.
Okay.
And you currently have the property maintenance location that relocated from North Parkway to Knight Arnold.
So will the housing still be there?
No, ma'am. The housing has been demolished.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. The housing was demolished
10 years ago.
Maybe it was maybe 2014, 15 by Public Works.
Prior to the development of the property?
Yes, ma'am. Well before then.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, back on the item that we were just speaking.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Is there any way we can be notified prior to it coming on the agenda? Because I know we have not had that conversation.
Sure.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Any questions related to the current item for this body? Any questions? All right. All those in favor? All right. Any opposed? All right. It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Item number 5, resolution transferring, allocating, and appropriating fund totaling $1.5 million from several completed general service projects to our CIP project number GS22201, City Hall Exterior, District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. Request for same 9 minutes. Motion and second.
Move it.
Moved by Jones, seconded by Warren. Director.
All right.
One more time. Well, maybe 20 more times at this
Yes,
point,
sir.
but you know.
Okay, this is regarding the City Hall exterior cladding project. I did come before this body several weeks ago and asked to appropriate the funding that was approved in FY22's CIP. And I'm back because we are now negotiating a construction management and risk contract. And we're negotiating directly, and we are finding that the material cost is, significantly increased. We have an opportunity to take appropriated funds and then, of course, cover that gap. And then we can actually come back in and we can negotiate the cost. One of the things that we'll have to do as the construction manager at risk, the construction manager will have to order and secure the material. So with this particular procurement method, we will have to have our funding in advance to actually do this. And what we're finding out is, it's just going to cost us a lot more, especially to get domestic product and get it here immediately.
All right. I know we discussed this item once before. I think it was last council meeting, as Director Adams said. So I'm assuming that there's no questions on this item. All right. All hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Item number 6, resolution transfer an additional appropriation amount of $463,170 from architecture engineering to contract construction in Pleasant Hills, Shelby Hills, Holmes Road, project number PW01127 to fund a construction contract for Pleasant Hill Road improvements. District 3, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration's request for same 9 minutes. Motion and second. Moved by Warren, seconded by Jones. At some point, another council member has to move or something. All right. Directors. Talk to me.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chairman Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering. Previously, the council approved and appropriated roughly $1.25 million for the completion of Pleasant Hill. Currently, the condition of Pleasant Hill is half of the street is completed. It's on the west side of the street. And this construction is to fully complete that section of Pleasant Hill, and it's the section between Shelby Drive and Holmes Road. So what we're asking and what's present in front of you today is to transfer and appropriate the additional funds since we've already bid out the project. Project came back bids slightly higher. And so what we're asking for is additional appropriation of roughly $464,000. In addition, the current project as it stands does have additional A&E money in it, design money. And so what we're asking for is to transfer some of those design money into the construction. And that's how we're going to fund the gap for the highest bid. With your consideration.
As I look to my left, I do not see any hands, so I'm just going to assume that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. All right, thank you.
And that is for same 9 minutes.
And there was a request for same 9 minutes that I spoke of. Doesn't appear to be any objections. All right, then. Thank you so much. The last 2 items on the agenda, we're going to try not to take 20 years. I'm concerned. Dr. Director Connect is going to be brief. He understands that this councilman loves brevity. All right. Item number 7, presentation on residential code enforcement, all council districts, requested by Division of Public Works. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman. Robert Connect, Public Works Director, 125 North Main Street. Joining me today is our Senior Administrator, Melanie Neal. She's over neighborhood improvement. And so neighborhood improvement is all things code enforcement primarily.
Hello, Melanie.
Good afternoon. So residential, commercial, environmental enforcement, Memphis City Beautiful and ground services falls under her area. And just for your FYI, that's, we're number 2 in service requests to the city. Only solid waste gets more. So I've given you 2 handouts today, and I just wanted to, we'll go through these quickly. This is seminar 1, as I mentioned before, in our seminars on different things of enforcement and how we deal with enforcement activities and code enforcement. So we've given you this handout. This is the top 10 code violations in the city, the most common 10 that we deal with. So this is good for a reference. I also want to share with you our new 901 Keep It Clean campaign. We're going to be using this campaign quite heavily in the future as part of our education and our outreach and encouragement to citizens to not litter and legally dump. So these are just a couple of things that we want to share with you. So getting into the actual presentation, I discussed that we have neighborhood improvement. We're discussing residential code enforcement today. So what is residential code enforcement? Again, that's enforcement of property conditions on residential properties. We have 186,000 plus residential properties, over 325 square miles, 70,000 vacant, 179,000 occupied, about 83,000 are rentals. And with that, staff is 56 in residential code enforcement. We have 2 shifts, and we have a support team of 17. I'm not going to repeat this next slide because I've given you the handout, the top 10 code violations. This is just for reference. This presentation will be placed on the website. This is just a list. I did add an honorable mention because one of the more common complaints we get is commercial vehicles parked on the street, which is an MPD violation, not a code violation, but it is a common complaint that we get from the public about a commercial vehicle parked on a residential street.
Go ahead, Michael. Councilwoman Easter Thomas, the Queen of North Memphis.
Thank you, Chair. When you say commercial vehicle, you mean like the 18-wheelers and what does not qualify? Can you just be specific? Because sometimes you may have like a van that may be a commercial vehicle. So I don't want, constituents calling folks on like the cleaning vans and stuff like that. But can you explain that?
There is a classification. It's based on its usage. If it's there for like a moving van, it would be there, or another vehicle there to provide a service. That's one thing. And maybe it has to be there for maybe a longer period of time. But if a vehicle is parked, and if I remember right, it's anything that's like a 1 ton or greater is usually the commercial vehicle. It's like a dually vehicle is not considered a commercial vehicle. So anything larger than that does tend to fall into that category. So now we're going to talk about the different ways that we manage different types of violations. So today we're going to go into like an overview of structural violation types, residential structural violations. So if you can imagine that about 25% of all of our service requests that we get are structural violations. And they're basically broken down into 2 main categories. You have structurally compromised and substandard structures, okay? So what is a structurally compromised structure? What does that look like? So basically, that's a severely compromised residential structure that is unsafe for occupancy. And our average time to abate this type of service request is about 120 to 180 days, just the average time. So what's the process? So that process is we get a complaint for 311. An inspector goes out within 5 days of reception of that service request. He does a determination. He says, he looks at it. He said, is it actually structurally deficient? Is it more than 51% dilapidated? That's the standard. He issues a violation order to the owner, giving him 30 days to correct it, demolish, or abate the nuisance, repair the structure. If it's not in compliance after that time, then we begin what's called legal proceedings. So we order a title search. We send a progressive letters and notices to the identified owners and any party with legal rights to the property. A bank typically would be an interested party if there is a lien on the property. And then based on that progressive actions, if there's no response, we'll then disconnect the utilities. We'll then sign a demolition contractor to the property. the demolition contractor demolishes it, then leaves either the slab or he backfills other things that are a hazard. That let's say there's a pool or there's a basement, we can't leave that in that condition, so they will backfill it with dirt to kind of make sure that once we've removed all the structures from the property, there's no risk of anybody walking in the property and falling into a hole.
I have a question. How are these severely compromised residential structures reported?
Usually through 311.
Okay. And then my next question for that is, let's say I walk by this particular piece of property and I say, there's no way someone can live there. Then I report it. And then come to find out someone lives there. What process do we take then?
The inspector will make a determination whether it's safe to occupy.
And if it's not?
Then we have to give them notice to vacate. They have to leave the premises.
So what mechanism do we have in place for those individuals who don't have the means to lay their heads in another, I guess, safe environment? They assume they're living safe. The reason I'm asking this question, I think a lot of folks here know that I speak specifically about 38126 often and 38106. I know there's homes in those areas that if we really wanted to go through those neighborhoods, a lot of those homes would fall under this definition of structurally compromised. Can we, and I think this may be a question for the mayor, can we figure out how that we could put up those individuals who live in these structurally compromised homes? Because we do want people to live in safe living environments or spaces, but we also don't want to kick someone out of a home, especially knowing they have nowhere to go. And I think we have to find where we can strike that balance. So I'm assuming that I don't think you have the answer to that question off of hand, but my brother to my right, Councilman Carlisle, I feel like he wants to jump in here.
I'm actually gonna
take a stab at it, and then Councilman Carlisle.
Normally, a dilapidated structure that's condemnable is unoccupied normally. So if that's a condemnation process. Now let's say we come up upon a property that is 51% dilapidated.
I've seen several that would fall under this definition with someone living there.
There's no disagreeing that. But if it's occupied, then we have to follow a different process. Okay. That means we would have to refer to the environmental court. Okay, so we can't go in and force somebody out of their home. We can declare it unsafe for occupancy. That's the right of code enforcement based on what the ordinances say. So, but if someone's living there, we can't force them out. So we bring them to environmental court. Now, there are services out there to help citizens who are in this scenario. The Shelby County has funds that they've identified for Citizens Assistant Program. There's also some other programs out there that have been utilized in the past. The city has contemplated buying like a multifamily unit, rehabbing it and taking ownership of it to help as a transitional property, but we haven't executed that yet. So that's kind of the thought, because we have had situations where we had an apartment complex that got hit by a tornado, that we actually had everybody actually had to be vacated out of it. And it was a major undertaking to do it. I experienced that because we had to go door to door, knocking on doors, warning them the roof's gone, there's major problems with the facilities, there's no electricity, no water, you can't live here. So we went through a pretty exhaustive time and effort to kind of rectify that, but it's not without its challenges because there's not a lot of low cost, affordable housing that you can easily find and work. We did find everybody home eventually, but it did take a lot of effort.
I see Attorney Sink over there thinking her hands like all these legal issues. Absolutely, I understand. Attorney Sink, if you want to say anything, feel free to jump in. And Councilman Carlisle, you want to say a few words? Go ahead.
Yeah,
and thank you, Director.
Yeah, I mean, he's right. I mean, there are a plethora of programs when it comes to housing, I guess the best way to say it, and whether you are considered housed and whether it's federal or it's local, and how those individuals are placed into that, whatever that type of housing is. I think ultimately it's going to come back to one issue, which is there's not enough affordable and even temporary housing in the city of Memphis, like full stop. And the question is like, okay, how do you actually get to a point and fund and like find real estate and develop and get people into those programs? And if you talk to people like from Jared Bingen to Rashawn Austin to Steve Barlow, it is one hot, gigantic, bureaucratic governmental mess. And so, like, one of the really good things about the way the hospitality hub works for emergency housing, or emergency shelter rather, actually housing would be the wrong term, or the ARPA money that we've allocated for those projects, is it takes the federal government's bureaucratic, hot, governmental mess out of the equation. And so that's really the issue. So there are programs out there, they're just very difficult to take. It's really the case management of it. Yeah, it's the case management of it all in the capacity. So, yeah, but there are, and and this last thing about environmental court, this is nothing that Judge Potter or Judge Danforth, or Judge Danforth now is like, that's a hot state constitutional mess because you want to protect the right of somebody's property, their rights to ownership, but at the same time, people game that system and it just ends up, and everybody in the neighborhood and surrounding neighbors lose. So we're talking about legislative priorities. These are all touch points through the state government. So.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle and Director Connect. Do we have the city of Memphis, do we have any temporary housing?
No.
Jennifer Seek, is there a problem with us having temporary housing? Attorney Seek? She has to think through it, okay? Not putting it on the spot.
Well, again, we have to obtain one and then have it suitable for that, and then how it would be managed. The concept is there, just we would need to identify it and make it happen.
Okay, would it be attained through Blight Authority of Memphis, or would it be a different mechanism?
Well, I think there's options to, if we wanted to explore development of a property specifically, or obtaining one, that's existing that just needed to be rehabbed.
Okay, just know that I'm going to have some type of idea. Feel free to tell me it makes no sense.
Well, MHA, so HCD was working on it.
Yeah,
a possibility during the height of the pandemic, and we kind of stepped into it. There are groups, again, like the Works, who have identified sites that they could transition. MHA is getting out of like the ownership business. A lot of housing authorities are getting out of owning assets and they're turning them over to companies, and they're just doing the case management work. So I think to the point that Director Connect's making is, you're talking about, I think, necessary. I mean, this is something that we've talked about before, you and I have. Like, it's a necessary undertaking that needs to occur, but as simple as like the solution is of, let's find an old high school, like North Side or Smoky Klondike, or let's find an old hotel.
You said Georgia Avenue? Okay, I'm sorry.
No.
I thought you said Georgia Avenue, my bad.
No, I'm just saying, my point is you're only talking about maybe 50 units, and then it's like, well, is it family housing? Is it single women? I mean, there's so many nuances to it too, and then how you sustain and fund it. But I'll tell you, this is something that we've all talked about, and like, there needs to be a well thought out solution. But I will tell you, at the end of the day, it is always going to come down to money. So as these infrastructure dollars and state budget allocations are coming out, we are taking it in the short from the state of Tennessee when it comes to things like this, and it's very frustrating to watch happen. So, but I'm happy to have that discussion because I talked to everyone about it. I mean, and there are people doing really great work. I mean, there are. I mean, the Works and Fraser CDC and some of these larger organizations that have been around are doing really good work. It's just not happening at a velocity that's necessary to support Memphians in a way that they need to be supported. And the question is, how do you accelerate that?
Yeah, so do you have anything else?
Yeah, I got one more.
Okay.
One more, sir.
Well, as it relates to this topic, I think, as we discuss how the role of government, I think we cannot forget the fact that we have one job as a government, which is to provide for the general welfare of the people. And maybe this is an issue that the city needs to take serious and make it a priority going forward. Go ahead.
Thank you. Great discussion on the subject. So last one is what we call substandard structures. So what is a substandard structure? It's a residential property where the structural integrity is satisfactory, the property can be rehabilitated, occupancy is potentially allowable. The average time to obtain compliance in these scenarios is 45 to 90 days. So what is the process when code enforcement receives a complaint about a substandard structure? So again, residential code enforcement inspector will investigate it within 5 days. Inspector determines, there's two paths. Inspector determines minor repairs are needed. So they identify that it's a small number of repairs or minor repairs. Notice to correct is issued to the property owner, and they're given 14 days to come into compliance. Okay, let's say the inspector shows up and major repairs are needed. He will then issue a notice to correct and give him 45 days to bring it into compliance. So you have two different paths depending on what the inspector determines the case to be at the property. It could be numbers of violations or one violation. Just depends on what they ascertain when they get on site. If not in compliance by the time of those deadlines end, then it will be cited to court. They'll be issued a summons to environmental court. The environmental court then manages the property from that point forward. Inspectors continue to manage the property, however, under the court direction. The court will give the information. There will be follow-ups, inspections, and have to report back to the court. We have a code enforcement court staff who manage that, though, for us, so inspectors can stay in the field. So these are just a structural conversation. There will be other ones, but I wanted to start off our seminar series on this aspect of code enforcement. Take any questions now?
I think we asked a million questions already, and I know that Councilwoman Easter Thomas is eager to get to the other items. Any other council members with questions? Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Since we are in a series, when you come back, can you include more about if we are reporting certain things and citizens are living in a rental property, what that looks like for the impact of the homeowner versus how all that plays out with the timeline and the fees, and if there are any negative impacts to the citizen living in the home. Because and you don't have to answer any of this now. This is because we're going to see you for a few more meetings. But I just kept thinking through this. Okay, well, if this is a structure that needs to be remediated, and if they don't own it, always worst case scenario, right? So if the landlord doesn't want to fix it or fixes it and then raises the person's rent or fixes it and puts them out, or just thinking of how we can protect the person living there and report it to get fixed. So just wanted to know the different things that you've seen, scenarios you've seen with landlords, and how to really protect the citizens living there outside of getting their home fixed.
Yes, this is something that we're very focused on. We've had that conversation. We don't want anybody to live in substandard housing. That's exactly what we're fighting. And we don't really track landlord tenants very well, because we just focus on the property owner. So we will look at, what we can do to kind of maybe include some information about when we and come upon a property where that's the situation we're dealing with.
Well, I mean, I know we've seen in our districts where you do have homes that do need repair, and the person living in there does not own that house. So in that situation is what I'm talking about, and that's more than not because the majority of Memphians do not own their home. So just by proxy, it would make sense that would be a good percentage of the folks that you would see on that list.
Yes, ma'am. Since there's 46% of our residential properties are rental properties, there's a high number.
Thank you, Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilwoman Logan. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. And I apologize, I came in a little late, but I do want to note, while you all are going through all of this and making the changes now, has there been, and you may have covered it, I want to just make sure I put it out here though, has there been any thought into making the time fewer days between violation orders, and like you have 2 or 3 violation orders, there's time in between. Then you have, when you give them when they go, they have 35, 45 days, 45 to 90 days. And so, you could be 6 months into a situation and the community is having to deal with that. So are you all able to consider in your review making those maybe 2 violation orders instead of 3, or or the days 15 to 30 instead of 30 to 45 or 90 or 60?
Yes, Ms. Neal and I would love, this is a great subject, and we might both join on this conversation real quick. So yes, we have focused on, so what we're sharing with you is averages. those are statistical averages in terms of time to compliance. Some are less, some are more, but we also do see that sometimes inspectors give a lot of latitude in allowing a property owner to additional time. What we have done, and I'll let Ms. Mill jump in here, is we instituted a couple of things: zero tolerance, and we have been shortened the number of additional times that we allow an inspector. So I'm going to let Ms. Neal also speak to this.
Good afternoon. As Director mentioned, there have been historically violation orders and just time to comply have gone on too long. So what we've done is tried to at least shorten that. We do have to allow due process to take place. Our ultimate goal is for the owner to come into compliance. So considering that, especially specific to exterior violations, when you talk about a property that's condemned, there are more legal processes that we have to consider. We have to do title searches. We have to send letters out to any party that may have vested interest in that property. So that prolongs the time for us to be able to move on something like that. So we have, in fact, shortened historically the time that we've given owners to come into compliance. They're getting, if we get a service request and an inspector goes out, they issue them one violation notice. And they have, on the 15th day, the inspector can legally go back to follow up on that particular violation. We should not be given more than one violation for that specific code violation. So they may have multiple violations at that property that may have been reported or identified at different times, and we may have different times to comply if there are different notices issued. If there's one complaint that comes into 311 or one complaint that the inspector actually identifies, we have one notice, and there are 14 days to come into compliance if it's an exterior violation.
I'm going to say this. Councilwoman Easter Thomas has informed me that the next presentation will be quite lengthy. Councilwoman Logan, do you want them to come back at a later date and present? Y'all going to be here next week?
We're back in 2 weeks.
Well, y'all live here.
Yeah, and we're going to
get you a bed.
We're going to bring an inspector with us at probably our next meeting and walk you through how that individual, he or she, manages these kind of scenarios. Okay. So you can actually hear from one of our inspectors because they would like that opportunity to be heard on this.
Okay. Thank you for your diligence. Thank you for the work that you do. And I'll see you back in a couple of weeks. All right. The last item. Number 8. A resolution to accept the final report of City Council Renaming Commission, all council districts, sponsored by Councilwoman Easter Thomas. And can I get a motion in a second? Motion by Easter Thomas, seconded by Logan. Before the renaming commission speaks, I will turn it over to the illustrious, the phenomenal Queen of North Memphis, Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
I appreciate you knowing that, Chair. Thank you. As some of our members from the renaming commission get seated and sorted out, I would like to thank you all, colleagues, for being very engaged in this process. Last year, we unanimously voted to put forth a renaming commission. Y'all with me? Oh, okay, my bad. My teacher kicking in. I'll wait. So last year we put in place a renaming commission, and every council member had the opportunity to select one community participant to participate in this. They have been diligently working the entire time period since last year. And they have been researching and working towards solutions and resolutions from community requests, as well as requests that they have submitted as well. Today, I do want to point out some of the members that we have with us. In the front, who will be presenting, is Ms. Thelma Crivens. Thank you for being so integral to the process and being willing to come here and just share your knowledge and input. Also, we have Mr. Ossie Lewis. Ossie. I'm so sorry. I've been saying Ossie the whole time. Mr. Ossie Lewis Jr. Thank you for being here. Mr. Luis Robinson Garcia. No? I thought I saw him. Earlier. And Pastor Ashton Alexander. All right. Thank you, Pastor. You are receiving the final report passed around that's bounded. Please keep that. Ms. Crivens, we didn't talk about that before, but because we took a while looking at our code items, would you be willing to make this like a two-part presentation? Would you be willing to come back with us, or today's the only day you want to look at us on today?
Can we just see how much we can get through, and then maybe, if just maybe the next...
I need to make that decision ahead of time.
I don't know how long you want this presentation to be. I didn't plan on going through it in detail. Just a summary of what we've done.
I do know that some colleagues that have questions, though. So.
Maybe we should just see.
Let's see how it goes.
Okay.
Is your green light on?
And we're getting it together. There we go.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, colleagues, for participating in this by nominating a worthy community member for this committee, and also make sure that you send that thank you to your nominee that you put on the committee. Thank you for their work and their diligence.
Thank you, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, for your foresight. We appreciate your leadership on this esteemed body. Councilman Jones, I know you have something to say.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, I just want you all to know that the person that's sitting in front of us was responsible for all the policies of Memphis City Schools. She served as the policy director when I was on the school board. And one of the things that, you know, I can attest to her, she's smart, she's dynamic, she's fair. And so I didn't necessarily know the official makeup of it. I knew some of them and may have recalled that she was on there, but it's just a delight to see Ms. Thelma Crivens. And I know she's knowledgeable. I know that Councilman Warren and Councilman Robinson can both attest to the great words that I mentioned about her. So we're fortunate to have her, and thank you for serving your city.
With that type of introduction, I don't know what to say. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. You have before you the final report of the City Council Renaming Commission, seeking to create a future Memphis not saddled with public space that represents a past history of discrimination, violence, and intimidation against people of color and others. The council adopted a new legislation authorizing a commission, the City Council Renaming Commission, that would develop a framework for renaming public space, including streets, parks, and places. And this framework would represent the city's current priorities. Specifically, the City Council Renaming Commission was charged with developing principles governing future renaming decisions, guidelines and application procedures for citizens, and making specific renaming recommendations. The principles take an approach that focuses on common values and inclusiveness based on race, sex, ethnicity, but also based on diverse occupations and contributions from music to philanthropy to education. Based on these principles, the Commission recommends replacing 12 existing names with individuals or titles that represent both diversity and inclusiveness. 8 of those names are of persons or events that reflect racist ideology, and those are the names that we are recommending replacing. The Commission also recommends a permanent application process that citizens can use to submit recommendations to the City Council. I will not read all of those recommendations, but I would respond to any questions that you may have about the recommendations. We also made a final list of recommendations concerning internal processes. Rather than, as you know, the Commission had a lifespan of 1 year. But we recommend that the City Council have submissions from the citizens to them administered by some internal administrative process. And that internal administrative process would be the substitute for the renaming commission. We also have recommendations regarding streets and neighborhoods, streets that are named for Confederate officers or events. We are saying that the neighborhood should have the initial responsibility of renaming those streets. We didn't, given our time span, we did not have time to develop a process for the neighborhoods to rename the streets. For example, Stonewall Street is named after General Stonewall Jackson. And so we recommend that a process be developed by the city council so that the neighborhoods could participate and recommend the new names for their streets. That's my presentation, and I'm willing to respond to any questions.
It appears that Councilwoman Issa Thomas want to chime in real quickly.
Ms. Crivens, I know you said you want to do a brief overview, but I really don't think that gives justice to the deep work that you all did. Can you just take a moment and on page 5 and 6 with the recommendations, can you just go over those individuals that you all listed as having racist ideologies and ties, and then also the next section about the original names retained on those specifically? And then if you're able to just read through the replacement things, just because we want to have that on the record, just the titles for the replacement streets.
Okay, so you want me to first mention the names that we reviewed to see whether they should be replaced. Okay, those names were E.H. Crump, this is on page 5 and 6, John Overton, James Winchester, Andrew Jackson, William Butler, John James Audubon, Lucius Lamar, Thomas Jonathan Stonewall Jackson at Stonewall Street, PGT Beauregard, a general, the Battle of Bull Run, or Manassas, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, George Washington, James Monroe, and Dixie. These are the 15 names that we reviewed. Let me, just by way of background, let me say that there were that these streets and parks were chosen based on some specific criteria. The criteria for the streets was that the streets had to be aerial roadways. And those are the largest streets in the city, the streets that feed directly into the highway system. And the Division of Engineering refers to them as aerial roadways. So a lot of places that you may think should be on the list, then we were constrained by a year's time. And so a lot of the places that you think may be on the list are not there just because we confined the research of streets to aerial roadways. We confined the research to parks, to regional parks, which are the larger parks that serve the entire city, and parks along the riverfront. And we chose the riverfront because it's such a popular area where it's a tourist attraction as well as a place where Memphis has major citywide celebrations. So those are the streets that we looked at. So this list is from our research on those streets, and there may be others on this as well, but we were limited, we didn't have any research assistance. This is all volunteer work. And so these are the 15 that we ended up with. Of these 15, we retained the names of 7 persons. Those 7 persons were Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, George Washington, James Monroe, E.H. Crump, John Overton, and James Winchester. And we retained those names because, remember, we're now looking at these parks and streets through a values or a principles lens. So when we looked at these names, we find that these persons either promoted a common identity, i.e. as U.S. citizens. They promoted ideas that led to a common identity. For example, all the presidents were either framers of the Constitution, developed the Bill of Rights. They formed the background, the foundation of this country. Their notions of equality, as I say in the document, were morally wrong. What they thought, who they thought should benefit from these very important principles, the persons were wrong, but they nevertheless established the foundations under which this country was built. And so, looking at them through the principles lens, we thought that their name should remain. Similarly, with Winchester, with Overton, and with E.H. Crump. I won't go through all of them, but in the situation of E.H. Crump, we all know that Crump was a segregationist, but Crump was also strongly against the Ku Klux Klan. And he fought the Ku Klux Klan, and when the Klan had a slate of candidates in Memphis, he fought to defeat that slate and defeated all but one, who was Christopher Clifford Davis. So you just can't, people are not binary, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And so you can't just always say they were bad, so we get rid of them. You really have to look at their lives and realize that, yeah, they had shortcomings, but what they did was extraordinary even in those situations. So we retain those names. The names that we recommended replacing are, one, anybody with a Confederate affiliation, we recommended replacing. So that was, those names were Butler, Stonewall Jackson, P.G.T. Beauregard. They were all affiliated with the Confederate. Lamar Avenue, Lucius Lamar was a former Confederate official. So we recommend replacing those. And then we recommended replacing John James Audubon, who was a slave owner, denigrated both blacks and Indians, and was against the abolitionist movement, and really did, aside from his work as a naturalist and a painter, really did nothing that led to any unification among all people. He was a divisive person. And there's more and more coming out about him, as a matter of fact. And the Audubon Naturalist Society has voted to eliminate his name from the organization. So there was just nothing that he did that promoted the kind of principles and rights that the presidents or that Crump and others did. And so Audubon was, again, all of the Confederates and Audubon, and there was another park called Butler Park. William Butler was a Confederate sympathizer. So those are that's generally the criteria that we use to retain some names and to recommend replacing. And of course, people can disagree on, but the point is that there are 2 points. One is you look at them through a values lens. Values are principles. And two, even though some may have a racist ideology, you still have to look at their lives in total. And that's a hard thing to do, but we're here but for, John Overton, for example. So you have to make sometimes hard decisions. And those were the decisions of the commission. We're not, it's now however you decide. Some of the recommendations that we have for renaming, Andrew Jackson, that was the other name I wanted to mention that we are recommending replacing. And even though Jackson was a former U.S. president, he also was a slave owner. Our primary reason for replacing him has to do with his participation, his relationship with Native Americans, and the Indian removal. He's responsible for the Indian Removal Act of 1830. and that's the act that forced the relocation of Indians from southeastern United States, including Tennessee, to areas west of the Mississippi River. And as you know, it's called the Trail of Tears, and the Trail of Tears was characterized by famine and hunger. Indians, they lost their lives. And Jackson Avenue is recognized by the federal government as one of the Trails of Tears. And there is a historical marker on Jackson Avenue. But we thought it very contradictory to name the Trail of Tears after Andrew Jackson. So that's just something that to us needs to be addressed, that the person who is responsible for it has his name appended to the street itself. So that's why Jackson Avenue, and we recommend renaming it Cherokee Parkway. I'm not going to go through all of these. Lucius Lamar, we're recommending naming that Vanguard Avenue because of the Vanguard represents something called like leadership. And you are trying to change the profile of Lamar Avenue. We recognize that from this autocentric atmosphere to one that relates to so much positive about that area, including primary neighborhoods, Roselle, Orange Mound, Glenview. And so we thought we'd have a name that was more compatible with leadership. And then you have that Orange Mound Collective that's doing something new for on that street. So we figured that Lamar Avenue, that Vanguard Avenue would be a good name to replace for Lamar Avenue. For Manassas Street, the section that's between Union and Madison, we're recommending naming it Black Lives Matter Street. And it's not because of the Black Lives Matter movement, it's just that area of the city had an identity. The park was Nathan Bedford Forest Park, and the street was Manassas Street. And Manassas Street is a Civil War battle that the Confederates won. And so you have this ode to the Confederacy, not just for the park, but for the streets along the park as well. And so we were trying to undo that particular situation and say, well, that ode said that Black lives did not matter. So why not change that?
Absolutely. Ms. Crivens, I almost called you Reverend because you're preaching today, so appreciate you. I can tell. She's pastor adjacent. Thank you so much for that presentation. And I'm going to be honest with you, I've seen a lot of presentations talking through various issues, and I'm quite impressed. So thank you, and thank the entire committee as a whole for taking the time to do this. One question I had asked Director to come up here real quick. Could you just briefly talk to this body and just give us a refresher on what it takes to actually change a street name as it relates to dollars, time, and then I know if we do make a decision to change the street name here soon, hopefully we do, because some of these are needed. Could we also speak to, I guess, the burden that we then would place on the adjacent property owners?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Ms. Crivens, I feel like we've grown to be friends over the last year and a half. We Zoom, we call, but we've never met.
Right.
So nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Josh Whitehead, administrator of a department
if y'all keep
within the
changing his
Division of
name, I
Planning.
would never get it right. Look, he's director today. Director, administrator, Whitehead.
So just to take us back to the ordinance that created the City Council Renaming Committee, the ordinance basically said any conflicts with the Unified Development Code, particularly the processes established around street naming, those conflicts shall be ruled in favor of this ordinance. There's a few unanswered parts of this ordinance that we feel perhaps needs to be fleshed out prior to the actual renaming. Number one would be, does this body want to notify the affected property owners? That is not required, but it is required under the UDC. If the answer is in the affirmative, then there's clearly a fiscal note to the enforcement of the ordinance.
So according to our ordinance, existing ordinance, can we just make the land use control board go through their process, or it has to come back to us as it relates to notice? Or do we have to give notice, or the land use control board gives notice, makes a decision, then it comes to us?
Well, I go back to the fiscal note. The UDC requires that applicants, be they the city council or property owners, pay us an application fee that pays for the notification. So the determination, the number one question will be, who's going to pay for it? And then we can notify at that point. The point of the ordinance was to skip the land use control board, to require one hearing before this body. So the notice, one notice, 50 cents a pop, would notify owners of this body's deliberation of that name change.
Versus requesting the application to LUCB, who would have then administered the process, then made its recommendation to council.
Yeah.
That's for streets, not parks.
Gotcha.
Okay.
All right.
Correct. So there's a world in which this body can establish a procedure for streets and parks that is much more expedited than the current zoning.
Okay,
code.
so my next question for you, there's various recommendations. Could you compose a report on, I guess, how many property owners would be affected by each street name change, meaning they have to change their mail? You're looking at me like that's a lot.
Well, I'm going to rely upon your staff.
Okay, Meredith said she's ready.
Okay.
And Ashley told me she was ready too, so all right. All right, okay.
Millions of dollars. I'll answer the question. We're talking about millions of dollars.
Okay.
Well, that's the property owners.
Okay, so and then since I'm asking for adding work to people's jobs and livelihoods today, I'm gonna ask for one more thing, and then I'm gonna be quiet because I don't want to keep y'all giving y'all work. In addition to figuring out how many people will be affected by each particular name or street name change, is there a way that we can calculate costs for notice related to each particular street name change? I'm going to rely on staff if you're going to tell me.
Yeah, I will assist, obviously, and I think the mail room in 2B has a bulk mailing rate that's much lower than a stamp. So I would say probably about 40 cents a pop.
Okay, I mean, that's all for me. I'm always concerned with the folks giving notice and the folks who are going to be affected by any decision of this body. And I just like to know how much money things are going to cost. I think that's fair. And Councilwoman Robinson, you've been in the queue for a very long time, and I am so sorry. And Dr. Warren,
I just wanted to thank Thelma Crivens for serving on this committee. I recommended her.
No.
So she didn't realize she'd have this much work to do, and we're about to add some more work. But I have to ask this question based on the recommendations. Josh, we need to know where we'll run into some problems with other organizations like, can't think of the name of it.
The state of Tennessee.
No, the preservation, and Ms. Cribs, what is it called?
The Tennessee Heritage Protection Act. That's what you're talking about.
And make sure that we don't run into any problems where we end up in court spending even more money than we need to. So we just need to know which ones are clear, which ones do we have to apply through them, and what the process would be.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, if I may respond to that.
Okay.
Ms. Crivens and I have discussed the statute in the Tennessee Code that we felt probably would apply to these street and park renamings, that the Tennessee Historic Commission probably does have an interest and would probably require a vote. So my recommendation would be if we are going to provide notice to the affected property owners, which is not an insignificant cost, let's go to the Tennessee Historic Commission first. They may approve some, they may reject others, and that may reduce our fiscal notification.
But that doesn't mean we're going to select all the ones that were recommended. This belongs to this body now, and we can now make some recommendations, but we need to know where we may have some legal challenges. Ms. Crivens was trying to answer something.
Yes, I think she was trying to respond because Councilwoman Easter Thomas wanted to say something for clarity purposes, and she's deferring to.
Okay. And that is that all of these areas are not covered under the Tennessee Heritage Protection Act. Some of them. Of course, I think I counted about 6 of the 12 that are definitely covered. But some of the parks, they are not covered by the Tennessee Heritage Protection Act. So that wouldn't have to go to the state.
Thank you, Ms. Crivens. And I know that Councilwoman Easter Thomas wants to provide some clarity as it relates to what the request is of this body. And I'm going to defer to the good Councilwoman.
So because I know Councilman Canal is graciously giving us some time from his committee. I just want to remind my colleagues, this is a resolution to accept the work that the people we've appointed have done. So this is not any changes. Let's not get too on a slippery slope today. These are not any changes. These are not any resolutions to make any changes. We're not spending any money. We're not asking anybody anything. We're just thanking those who we've appointed for their diligence. If you take the time, just a little late night reading for you, take the time to really go through this bounded book and look at the intentionality and the diligence that they've taken for every single decision. This was not as Ms. Crivens said, looking at the values and the totality of the life of the person. That's not something that you hear up here quite often. A lot of times we try to make things, as in people, try to make things divisive and black and white. And as Ms. Crivens said, they started off with 15 folks who they know off top may have proven detrimental to some of the folks who look like me who are sitting up here and sitting in the audience. However, looking at the totality of their lives and how what they've done has established a foundation for us in this city and us in this country, we've taken that with a grain of salt. And those are the type of deliberations that they have been going through this whole year with each other, with all certain sectors of the city, ensuring that each decision that they presented to us as their body of work was well thought out and diligently thought through. And also, if you look at the front sheet, they weren't doing this alone. They also had Director Whitehead and
Administrator Whitehead, I got you.
Director Whitehead, Administrator Whitehead, and also Mr. Randall Tatum from the city of Memphis as well, advising them and answering questions along the way. So they were not doing this in silo, just picking certain places in the city and putting what they wanted to on there. This was a work of individuals who took the time and effort to make these suggestions to us. And I ask that we go ahead and approve this resolution to accept this body of work that they've done on behalf of all 13 of us, because we all appointed someone. So I would like to call for the question, Chair Smiley.
Okay, so Councilwoman Easter Thomas has called for the question, and hopefully we can speak to that. There's 3 people in the queue. I'm gonna go to each council member, and hopefully Councilman Ford Canale doesn't hate me after this. Councilman, there's 4 people in the queue. Okay, everybody gets to speak. Dr. Warren, Jones, Johnson, and Canale.
I'll try
in that order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to be quick. I actually read this last night, so I read the entirety of this last night. It's incredible work, and I was really impressed. I went and I did some research, particularly on Geisman, and I don't know if we realize it, but he's our only park that actually is named after a Jewish member of the community that we had during this time period who had nothing to do with the Confederacy. Family died in the yellow fever epidemic, and if I was going to make one change to your document, I would call it the Geisman International Community Center and bring the international in, and I would not take Mr. Geisman's family away from that. So that's my only suggestion, and I thank you for this work, and I think we should all vote to accept the totality of their work, and then the work's on us to figure out what we're going to do with it. But thank you very much for an incredible job, and Ms. Crivens, I expected nothing less. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Warren. Next up.
Administrator Whitehead, it seems like you were going to go down a list of some things as it relates to practical matters of which the council have to entertain. You talked about notification of property owners. Were there others?
Well, notice is the number one thing, but the number two thing would be what the notice is saying, and that would be, please come to a public hearing. We, the city council, are going to be considering renaming your street on such and such date. So the public hearing is the big number two. But again, I would say those are actually numbers 2 and 3. Number one, for the assets that we are for sure probably require Tennessee action, the state action, let's go ahead and hold off on any action on those before we do that. And then number 4, so that was 1, 2, 3. Number 4 would be, and Mr. Boleyn Director Boleyn can correct me on this if I'm wrong, but I think each sign costs about $100. So that's the final fiscal cost.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do we know which one specifically that's going to require us to notify the state? We will at some point.
Jackson, definitely. It's a state road too.
Could you I guess send us an email specifically stating which particular streets will require us to talk to the good folks in the state?
Yes,
okay,
sir.
so I don't want you to put you on the spot. Anybody else? I believe Councilwoman Johnson, and I'm assuming all hearts and minds are clear at this point. All right, Councilwoman Johnson, the floor is yours.
Thank you. First, Mr. Crivens, I'm so pleased with the work that you have and the entire group have worked on. I've been hearing about it from my 2 representatives, Johnson Salisbury and Sean Lynch. It has been quite informative for those 2 when they report back about the amount of detail that was actually placed and worked on in order to make this such a success that it is. So I commend you, the entire group, for the hard work. But then my next question goes to Mr. Josh, right? We talk about the cost in regards to the signs, but we still need to talk about the cost to the individual property owners once they are in agreement, or, in regards to changing the street name, the cost that they have to incur. And we just cannot overlook that. And if we as a body are going to do this, are we going to incur those costs for them?
Well, I'll leave the second question to the body, but let me give you a practical answer and then a more respectful answer. Practically speaking, if you have a stack of letterhead this tall, the post office knows exactly what the old name was and what the new name is. So you, practically speaking, can exhaust your entire box of letterhead and you will still get your mail going to the old street name. But more respectfully, I would say there is a cost for each property owner. It could, think about whenever you lose your wallet, or in my instance, you get it stolen from you. There's a lot of steps you have to take to get all that stuff back. So those steps would probably apply to someone and their new address. But again, practically speaking, they don't have to, because the post office knows exactly where this mail is going. People still get mail on Linden Avenue. Linden Avenue hadn't been Linden in 8 years.
Mm-hmm. I can understand that could be to a certain extent, but at the same time, when you're talking about commercial property owners, they got signage that they have to address. They have stationery they have to address. They have all these accounts that they're going to have to change addresses on. It's a hardship, and that's fine. But I just want to make sure. I think if we change it, that this body needs to assume some of that hardship and pay for it in order for it to happen.
We have a particular, I think it's the Council Community Impact Fund.
Okay, well, we
the same money that we use to create the Memphis Academy of Civic Engagement, we have not exhausted those funds. I know the previous council has not exhausted those funds. We can create a fund for those individuals, assuming this body does decide to change street name change, we can create a fund for those individuals who incur incidental costs related to this body choosing to change the street name to apply for these funds to help with some of those incidental costs. So I don't think that's going to be an issue, but me being the person who likes to know numbers, I would like to know those numbers. And I do think this body can step in and step up in a big way to help alleviate some of those costs. I don't think there's a true concern at this point, but valid question.
I appreciate that because people listening, if they live on Jackson or have a business on Jackson, at least they know help would be on the way and they wouldn't be opposed to it because otherwise they're saying my signage alone cost me $5,000 to $10,000.
Oh,
That, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm telling you right now, I'm not doing this, but you're talking about federal tax returns, your signage, any sort of registry, liquor licenses, beer licenses. You want to go to the DMV to stand in that line for 2.5 hours to get your driver's license changed? Because they have to do that. Now,
No.
you may still want to do that, but it's absolutely fair. We're talking about the difference between the city's cost versus the 25 to 65 businesses along Lamar that have to go through that change.
Absolutely.
Is important.
And I'm all for the change. I think some of these streets definitely need change. We just need to do it at a pace where we can actually pay for or provide assistance.
And Mr. Chairman, I'm not as worried about the post office employee. Most post office employees usually serve decades upon decades. I'm really, if we're going to be serious and less flip, as far as, at least for me, what I fear is the 911 operator who just started. And she cannot find 3741 Lamar Avenue on the map. So obviously, yes, you can still use your letterhead, but there's certain things that we need to make sure all the agencies have the new address.
Absolutely. Thank you. Any other council members in the queue? I would note this, and then I think we'll go to the vote. Sometimes there is a cost associated with doing what's right and also a cost associated with justice. So keep that in mind. And with that, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Thank you so much for your work. And with that, committee stand adjourned.
Thank you, guys.
You're a jet setter. Yeah. And you never invite me.
Is your green light on?
Good afternoon and welcome to the November 16th meeting of Planning and Zoning. Ms. Hayes, would you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Logan. Present. Councilwoman Robinson. Present. Councilman Warren. Present. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Present. Councilwoman Swearingen. Present. And Chair Canale.
Here. Councilwoman Johnson. Chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have 5 items on the agenda today with a hold on item number 2. Councilwoman Swearingen has asked to meet with the applicant at the property so that they can go over the proposed site. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Could you please come up and give us your name and address for the record?
First of all, I'm Dr. Tanya Walker Barnes. My address is 530 Old Hearthstone Circle North, Collierville, Tennessee, 38017. The address of business is 3744 Sturgeon Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee, 38111. I have contacted Councilwoman Swearinger 3 times. I've attempted. I've left 2 messages with the analyst, and much like you all were speaking of in the last session, I've been very intentional and working diligently on a project that is done and being very supported by a community that I grew up in, off Hopkins. And there are parents there who are wanting to work and don't have a daycare within 3 to 4 miles of that center. And I just don't think I'm also an educator. I'm a principal at a high school. This is the second time I'm having to leave to come here to have my case put on hold. In my opinion, there has been time, and my phone numbers are also within my application. So if there were questions from District 4, I can be contacted as well. I've left 3 messages. So I'm asking diligently to please be heard today, because this is the second time.
Okay, ma'am, if you'll do me a favor, before you leave this room today, if you would get with Councilwoman Swearingen and set a date and a time to meet at the site so that you can go over the proposed special use permit.
I've tried to speak with her, and she said, I guess no, which is her right, because I'm a little frustrated because I'm feeling, I don't know, I felt this way in my last visit here. I don't know why this case is being held. It's pretty cut and clear, but I don't know what to do. Am I going to be held again if I don't know what she's wanting me to do. I did call 3 times. I'll bring out my cell phone bill if I have to. I called when I was here in the lobby. Of course, everybody was here. And Mr. Backus can also vouch for that. I was upset because it was very shocking that the case was even held. So that Friday, after I hadn't heard from her, I called twice again. And I have phone services with AT&T, and I can log those calls. So I just wanted to be treated fairly here as a citizen and as someone who's trying to conduct business not only for myself but for my community.
Yes, ma'am. Listen, I completely understand taking time out of your day, and I know that it's not easy for anyone to come down here and meet with us on a Tuesday afternoon.
Because we're short-staffed as is in the education industry, yeah.
I assure you this, if you get with Councilwoman Swearingen's staff and give them your information, set a date and a time, your case will be heard on December 7th. That's the next meeting, right?
May I say something, Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I have my manager talk at this time? Because I want to, first of all, present a professional manner. And he's very soft-spoken, and I let him, he conducts a lot of my business. So can I now let him take the floor? Yes, ma'am. Thank you, so I can step out.
If I could get your name and address for the record, please, sir.
Sorry.
Yes, sir. My name is Christopher Barnes. Address is 530 Old Hearthstone Circle North, Collierville, Tennessee, 38017.
Okay, thank you. Hold on one second.
Yes, sir.
Councilwoman Swearingen.
That's okay. Go ahead and speak, Chair.
Go ahead.
Okay, basically, we're just trying to get this accomplished just the best way as possible. Can I give you my telephone number as well? That way you can contact me so we can set up a time to meet at the property.
Sure. Bryson Whitney is out there now, and I apologize for you all coming down here.
Yes, ma'am.
But I haven't had any correspondence, and I spoke with my research analyst. He has not either. I don't know if it's been miscommunication in some manner, but I applaud you in your efforts in attempting to get a business in District 4. And I would certainly like to be enlightened to see what you're doing and become familiar with your vision.
Yes, ma'am.
And your
I do
aspirations. So it's not that you're being ignored or anything, but I certainly would like to have a part in
yes, ma'am. I understand
being enlightened as to what you're going on.
Life occurs.
And unfortunately, since the last meeting until present, I have not received any correspondence, and I did speak with my research analyst, as she indicated, and he shared with me he is not either. So I hope from this day forward, we will be able to get together between now and December 7th, the next meeting.
That's fine. Who would you like me to speak to?
He's out there. His name is Bryson Whitney, sir.
Okay, Bryson.
And he's going through the door. I think he just got the information from her, but I have him before you leave to get your information as well.
No problem.
And again, I apologize for any inconvenience.
That's fine. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. All right, colleagues, item number 1 is a resolution approving an honorary street name change of South Lauderdale Street between Beale Street and Dr. Martin Luther King Street for Roby Williams, District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by Councilman Jones. Can I get a motion and a second, please?
Okay.
Moved by Robinson, second by Jones. Councilman Jones has requested this item be heard downstairs and no presentation upstairs. All those in favor of sending this downstairs with a positive recommendation signify by saying aye. Aye. I'm also an aye. That item passes with same night minutes. Colleagues, item number 3, SUP 21-24, 3114 Jackson Avenue, District 7, Super District 9. I'm going to request that we send this downstairs without presentation, without recommendation, because we need some time between executive and the main meeting. Mr. Walker, if you would please get with the single member rep, Councilwoman Michael and Easter Thomas, before we get into the meeting at 3:30 and talk to her briefly about your project. Item number 4, SUP 21-25, 575 Phelan Avenue, District 6, Super District 8. I would also request that we send this downstairs without presentation, without recommendation, and so that we can finish on time. And item number 5, PD 21-31, east side of Horn Lake Road, District 6, Super District 8. I would also recommend that we send this down without presentation, without recommendation. Any objections?
We send them all down in one vote?
No objections.
Okay, any other business before planning and zoning?
No, sir.
We are adjourned.
Carlisle, Governor, let's roll. Good afternoon, everybody. It is 3 o'clock on the nose, November 16th, 2021. This is the Memphis City Council Executive Committee. Call the roll, please, Ms. Hyman.
Councilman Canale.
I'm here.
Councilman Carlisle.
Just present.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Present.
Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Morgan.
Here.
Councilwoman Robinson. Councilman Smiley.
I'm here.
Vice Chairwoman Swearingen. And Councilman Warren.
Chair is here and is no longer accepting incentives to not draw your ball in the MLGW thing. Chair observes a quorum. We are now in business. I want to do two things before we start. It is good to have everybody. George Foster is back with us. Welcome. George has been our watchdog long before I even got on the council. Always here. My friend, good to see you through COVID and everything else. Welcome back. Also, colleagues, if you see him around the halls, one of our very own, a very young lad, is turning 29 this week. He goes by Bundy. If you see Doc Warren, wish him a very, very happy birthday. Happy birthday. We have high hopes for the lad. We'll see how he turns out. All right, guys, holds. Items 3 and 5 will be held until our next meeting, December 7th. That's 3 and 5. Item 42 will be held until our January 7th meeting. And items 37 and 44 will be held until January 18th. So repeat, 3 and 5 are our next meeting. 42 will be the first meeting in January. 37 and 44 are the second meeting in January. Item 1, guys, you've got the list in front of you, is an ordinance to establish our meeting dates for 2022. It's sponsored by yours truly. There is a request to add this onto our consent agenda.
Move it.
Thank you. Colleagues, this is an ordinance, so it's a 3-reader. So I wanted to get this in front of y'all. So over the next course of this meeting and the next 2 meetings, we can take a look at it and see if we need to amend any dates. It's been moved by Councilman Carlisle, seconded by Morgan. Councilman Morgan. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, goes on the agenda tonight. Thank you very much. All right. Now, the second is the one you've all been waiting for, the Hunger Games, the agenda of the MLGW impasse selection. If the number next to your name is selected and you have that sheet, you will be chosen to serve on the illustrious MLGW impasse committee. The first 2 balls that I pick will be selected on as committee members. The third ball will be your committee chairman and designated in accordance with the rules of Ordinance 4245. And just to read it for you, at the executive session, regular council session of the week or next week following the receipt of the impasse notice, the chairperson of the Memphis City Council will conduct a drawing by lot to establish for the members of the Memphis City Council 3-member impasse resolution committee, the committee. The first 2 selections will be for the committee members. The third will be the committee chair. At the meeting in which the chairperson of the committee is selected, each party shall deliver to the committee chairperson a notice that identifies the specific economic items which are at impasse. It is due to the council members to serve on impasse committees if elected. Nice try, Mr. Canale. Let's have some fun.
Hold on, Mr. Chairman. Hold on one second. All due respect, Councilwoman Robinson Swearingen and myself. Robinson Swearingen and myself served last time, so we do appreciate the 5-year immunity we were granted from last time.
Like jury duty, huh?
Oh, that's right, because no one was left.
No. I like my odds. There's a 7% chance, council members, and here we go. Here we go. It's going to be a good one.
You actually have to spin it.
It's going to be a good one. It's going to be a good one. It's going to be.
Keep going.
Number 12. That is number 12. Ford Canale.
I have served more impasse committees than anybody in the history.
And you do a great job. We have the ultimate confidence in you, sir. I got supreme confidence in you. All right, that's one.
You're not the chairperson.
Here it comes. Coming around. Coming around.
Oh, I saw that.
Michael and Easter Thomas, you're called to committee duty. Don't everybody jump up and down.
I live to serve.
All right, so on this one, your chairman will be, here it comes, oh dear God, Jamina Swearingen, you've been called. I look forward to your excellent service. I've checked with our budget. Your pay for serving on the Impasse Committee has been tripled. You're good to go. So I hope you enjoy your time. Thank you. All right. So, and for those of you tuning in at home, there is no pay for this. All right. So we've got our impasse committees. Add-ons, item 46 through 57. Resolution 47, resolution appropriating sum of $350,000 and other project cost funds, GO bonds general to continue the implementation of the Urban Art Plan CIP EN 22301 chargeable to FY22 capital improvement budgets, all districts sponsored by the administration. Request for same night minutes. 48, resolution approving a red line transfer of $150,000 within the division of Memphis Parks operating budget to reallocate funds for full-time salaries to miscellaneous professional services to offset personnel transfer from the City of Memphis to Memphis Museums, Inc., all council districts, sponsored by the administration. Request for same night minutes. 49, resolution transfer $299,467 allocated appropriated funding for completed information technology CIP projects to IT 01004 implementation modernization, all council districts, sponsored by the administration. Request for same night minutes. 50, resolution to amend council FY22 grant allocations, all council districts, sponsored by Councilman Ford. Request for same night minutes. 51, resolution requesting the state of Tennessee to prioritize the expansion of Holmes Road between Airways Boulevard, Tullahoma, District 3, Super 8, sponsored by Councilman Robinson, Councilman Canale, Councilman Carla, Councilman Colbeck, Council Lady Easter Thomas, Councilman Ford, Council Lady Johnson, Councilman Jones, Council Lady Logan, Councilman Morgan, Councilman Smiley, Council Lady Swearingen, Vice Chair Lady Swearingen, and Councilman Warren. Request for same night minutes. 52, resolution transferring allocation and appropriating funds totaling $1.2 million from completed general service project CIP GS 01032 Co-Mem Phase 2 District 4 Super 8, sponsored by the administration. Request for same night minutes. 53, resolution transfer $901,000 appropriating funding from several completed general services projects to CIP project CD 01101 Raleigh Vehicle Repair Shop District 1 Super 9, sponsored by administration. Request for same night minutes. 54, resolution transferring allocations appropriating funds totaling $94,345 from a completed general service project CIP GS 20102 Major Mod Electrical District 6 Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. Request for same night minutes. 55, resolution transferring allocations appropriating funds totaling $1.5 million from several completed general services projects to CIP GS 22201 City Hall Exterior District 6 Super 8, sponsored by the administration. Request for same night minutes. 56, resolution to transfer an additional appropriation in the amount of $463,175 from architecture and engineering to contract construction in Pleasant Hill Shelby Homes Road Project number PW 01127 to fund construction contract for Pleasant Hill Road Improvements District 3 Super 8, sponsored administration. Request for same night minutes. An ordinance to establish the meeting dates for 2022 all council districts, sponsored by Council Chairman Colvette. Request for add-on to consent agenda for first readings. These are our add-ons. Is there any additional? Am I missing anything? Seeing none, those are done. Our same night minutes, if you want to write them down. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, and 50, 56 and 57.
No, not 57, and 6.
And 6. All right, hang on, I just got that down. All right, repeating back, it is item 6, 14 through 19, and 46 through 55, 46 through 56. So 6, 14 through 19, and 46 through 56. That covers our same night minutes. Is there any other business for this committee? Seeing none, we stand adjourned. Thank you. 57 is ordinance to establish the meeting dates. And it's on consent, guys. So like I said, we got 3 readings.
And don't forget you're serving on the impasse committee.
All right. Thank you, guys. This meeting's adjourned.
Thank you.